right. Don't come and try to share some of this light, no. Give me a beat and I control it like a maestro. Ladies on a mission, they be trying to get me wiped up. Shawty, wait a minute, can't tell if I like ya. Gotta make sure you know how to shake it like a bartender. Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it.
How you guys doing tonight?
Come along. Don't be taking too long. The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on.
Letting the music bring me in.
Rhythmic feet up in this place. If you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and fish from the lake. They keep saying I'm down to earth, but I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic. Hop in the Mercedes Benz, and I got them question like ice pouring above. It's overflowing on us. You drop it, then pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out, cooling it for the weekend and such. You gon' find out once you come on and bring me that up.
Hello to LZB,
Keep coming with it.
Ocean Sounds,
Keep coming with it.
Death of a Salesman, if I may please, Siba123.
Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it.
Amy Zeitgeist is here.
Get your money and flip it.
Okay. Alright, so what we're doing tonight, maybe I'll just leave that real low in the background here. Yeah. What we're doing tonight is, well, we're adapting. We're adapting. Oh, hold on. Let's just do an intro. It's August 21st, 2026. It's 7:03 p.m. in Vancouver, 12:03 in Melbourne, 10:03 in New York, 3:03 a.m. in London, 11:33 a.m. in Adelaide, 10:03 in Perth, 2:03 in Auckland, 4:03 in Berlin, 5:03 a.m. in Bucharest, 9:03 in Chicago, also 9:03 in Dallas, 8:04 in El Paso, 10:04 in Juan, 10:04 in San Juan, 4:04 in Honolulu, 4:04 a.m. in Bern. Welcome to the show. It's August 21st, 2026. Let's just take Let's just take a second to wish a happy birthday to all the Leos out there and to all the law enforcement officials with a Leo birthday. This is the month of Leo, so Leos, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Dan D has his medical smokes and beverages, so you know what that means. Do you know what that means? He has his medical smokes and beverages, so you know what that means. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. I broke it. Aw. I broke my horn. Well, that's sad. Okay. Don't worry. We adapt. All right. Dan D has his medical smokes and beverages, so you know what that means. Let's get ready to ramble. All right, I'm going to admit to you guys, I'm just between me and you, not everyone else who's out there. This is just for us. A little low energy for a Friday night. We did a pretty, it was an important stream. It was a solid stream. It was a bit of a sad stream. Blanca Torres gave her victim impact statement. The whole Torres family gave their victim impact statements. We were rewatching the Sarah Boone trial. And then Sarah Boone brought in her procession of character witnesses to speak on her behalf, which was only exceeded by Sarah speaking on her own behalf. Who knew that she would be her own most zealous advocate? Zealous for sure. In any case, I'm a little drained from it. I just found the whole experience, emotionally taxing. There's a lot. Regardless, we're going to do a show tonight. We're going to do a show. I saw in the comments there were some people speculating. I said, Dan D, are you okay? You work pretty hard. Are you taking care of yourself? Yeah, I'm on vacation right now, so this is time for me to lay back, kick back, and relax, and kind of get my my house back in order, get back in sorts. So to that end, rather than prepare new material tonight, I had something sitting on the back burner, and that thing was my first glorious attempt at having a guest on the show. And Cowboy Criminology, you know him as Cowboy Derek, been on the show before. Has appeared as well in previous shows where I was reviewing his material. Anyway, we tried to set up to do a live stream. We were taken in by the fact that we had a relatively successful video. Like we did an interview for his book, and it went really well offline. But when we tried to do it online, everything fucked up. And I haven't even seen this stream since then. I was stressed. I was like, I know my hand was up here. I think I don't even know what my hair is doing. I did see the first couple seconds of the video. My God, it was only March. I look like 5 years younger. Anyway, we'll watch it. We'll have some fun. I'm not afraid to wallow in my learning curve. So that's what we're going to do a little bit tonight. It also gives me a chance to do nothing. I don't have to prep new material. I don't need to, do research. I was there. So, yeah, we'll see. Let's go to the reaction screen. Should we watch it from this one? One looks a little messy. Maybe we'll go to this one when it gets more chaotic. This one might be a better starting page. Okay, yeah, this is how we'll do it, and that's what we're going to do. Welcome to, if K to Z has shown up, K to Z, I was just over on their live stream. They may still be streaming now, but she says she likes to finish up around 7 p.m. Western, and maybe sending their chat over for a raid. So if you see a bunch of K to Zs coming too, give them a warm welcome. They're friendly people. They're more random body cam than Sarah Boone based, but if they made the trip over here, then welcome them kindly, and maybe they'll get a taste for the unending hors d'oeuvre that is Sarah Boone. She's not a full meal. She's just like this never-ending snack. Funny that we get the never-ending snack that is Sarah, and she doesn't get the snacks she's so desperately wanted. Here we go. Friday Night Ramble. Oh, did it start bad right from the start? Here we go. Okay, so right off the bat, the thumbnail is the live. Volume on? Volume is on. I'm talking. Looks like I'm looking at a script. I'm in the attic at this point. This looks like in the upper view. Oh, I'm wearing the same gingham shirt. I haven't worn this shirt, my God, since the... We better be online. Maybe this is an unlucky shirt. It's not silent, is it? 21, 22 seconds. It can't be completely silent. There's no way we can react to this if it's completely silent. I'm sure there's volume. Okay, well, let's just read what the description says. Huge tech issues. There's the volume. All right. That was just me going, we will. And now there's no volume. Still playing. Yeah, I'm still moving. For all the people who've jumped over from K to Z, yes, I'm reacting to my worst ever live stream. So if watching a boring live stream isn't your thing, how about reacting to a boring live stream from 6 months ago? Is that your thing? If so, you came to the right place. Dan D True Crime, where the boring material gets recycled into new content. Gonna turn on the chat, see what the chat's saying. Maybe I can squeeze a little bit of conversation out of that. Oh, this is already going poorly. So think, I'm stressed out. Live in the moment now. Okay, I've just started the timer to say it's 10 minutes until the real show starts. But I'm obviously already stressing right now because normally I was using the 10 minutes to just shoot the shit with the audience. If it's silent, oh yeah, there's the hand, first hand on head. Okay, Dan. Take your medical cigarette and calm down. Oscar, we're going to put you away for a little bit because you're just a little too active there. We'll bring you back, Oscar.
Hello, everybody.
Was that Derek? And why is he so slow? Hello there, everybody. That might be a problem of my own. I've got the playback speed set to half speed thanks to the trial footage we were watching. Judge Kranick. Life in prison. Okay. Well, that makes the clock go surprisingly faster. Not surprisingly, I guess expectedly faster. And welcome to all the viewers from K to Z. This is the kind of quality programming you only get on Dan D True Crime. Dan D True Crime, where no show is bad enough not to be reused again. Not to be reused again. No audio clip is bad enough not to be reused again. Cowboy is not drunk. We just had the audio on half speed. So now that we've speeded it up to full speed, we should cut this ramble down to half the time. Yeah, it's not drinking night, and don't even get me started. I'm not touching that handle. I don't even know where it is. I don't want to know where it is. I can't drink. I don't want to drink. I can't drink. Oh, you guys made me drink way too much for the. Oh, it was my idea, so it's my fault. No, Cupcakes, you can't hear me, or just can't hear the video because I can't hear it either, and that's part of the problem. Oh, duh. I'm talking to the chat now from the original video. Oh my god, I'm losing it. So Cupcakes and Cameos is typing in the original chat. I don't hear anything. Yeah, well, then your speakers are working because there was no audio in that stream. I have to be careful that I'm not reacting to the top chat replay. Make sure, can you guys see? Let's go to this screen where you can see the chat. That's kind of fun too. There's the chat trying to figure out what the fuck is going on and what they signed up for. Yeah, this is interesting, Disney Mom. We've gone full meta here. This is Inception. This is Dan reacts to himself having problems on a live stream. And I've got two chats open. The cool chat above me with the neon boxes and stuff, that's new. That's technology I just didn't have at my fingertips back then. Old Dan. Old Dan didn't know any of this stuff. Hey, Meowgarita. Dan D True Crime and Dan D True Crime welcomes you to the chat. Michaela's here. She can't get drunk. LZB's here having a good time on the back porch. That's fantastic. I can't believe I broadcasted this. This is 4 minutes of me stressing out. I'm sure right now what I'm doing is I'm probably typing to Cowboy. Oh, there's the hand on head again. When I drop. So what the big problem is, well, I didn't know how to host guests. I'd never done it before. And I'd only started learning the streaming software. I rang the bell. Did somebody buy a gift membership? Why was I ringing the bell? Oh yeah, this is bizarre. I feel like I'm taking a trip in my own head, like John Malkovich and being John Malkovich. John Malkovich, John Malkovich, John Malkovich, John Malkovich, John Malkovich, John Malkovich. John Malkovich. Malkovich. Great movie if you haven't seen that. Michaela, you and me both recovering from the sentencing. So this is just going to be a nice low stakes stream. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody cries. Nobody cries. Butterdum, butterdum, butterdum. Might as well go for a soda. Nobody hurts. Yeah, that's Kim Mitchell. Little Canadian patio rock for you there. I'm in favor. Why am I ringing the freaking bell?
Oh!
Okay, that worked.
That tells me.
Oh, fuck, I'm losing it. I wish I was bigger. How do I make...
Compressor.
I put myself in that little window when I'm feeling stressed so that people can't really see me.
10. We're at 3 to 1. We're at 2 milliseconds. Okay, those all seem good. Hey! Okay, I can see my voice starting to affect things.
Yeah, it's too loud.
Are we getting somewhere? Hello? Hello? Hello?
I'm turning...
Are you out there?
Turning it down so it doesn't kill you guys.
I think we're getting somewhere. Let me change the output gain. No, that's like noise gate compressor.
Oh, sweet. Meowgarita has
a bit more. We'll go up to a full 7.
Testing.
Derek, are you here?
No. Oh, there he is.
Okay, you're even showing up just a little bit. Okay, I heard the bell, heard me say hello. Okay, yeah, I yelled into it. Yeah, very quiet. That's unacceptable. Okay, advanced audio properties.
And just so you know, I have toned down the original because I'm screaming and Cowboy is just, hello, hello, I'm there, hello.
Great to see the Cowboy Criminologist back. People are glad to see you. Oh boy, how are we going to make this work? How are we going to make this work?
Welcome, Alexa son, and to anyone who has an Alexa at home, please play... No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Welcome, Detective Koala, and everyone who's just joined the chat. This is a community chat. This is more of a chance for you guys to talk amongst yourselves and have a good time at my expense. I kind of used up all of my reaction energy on the morning stream today. It was a little bit emotional, a lot emotional. And when it came to tonight, I didn't have any emotions to spare on random people. So being a little narcissistic, I knew that I could spare the energy to watch myself. And that's what I'm doing with all of you. I'm humble, so I'm not going to, watch, hey, here's the best of Dan. No, the worst of Dan. That's what you guys get tonight.
Care for JC says they can hear me.
And if you're wondering what we're doing then, Alexa, we are watching, this is a Friday the 13th special episode. It was going to be my big, hey, Dan D has guests. He's brought on Cowboy Criminology and a surprise special guest later. There will be a surprise special guest later. What a waste of an opportunity. A really cool special guest. It's in the description if you guys read it. She will come on, and my huge thanks for her making the effort and sticking through this. And my warning, this is an 1.5 hour long video. We try for a long time to get this going. We're not even up to the 3 minutes of where I think the video officially starts. What am I going to do when this countdown timer stops?
Yeah, after party. We shouldn't have pre-partied at Dan's. That's the problem, Meowgarita.
Meowgarita, you were here. And maybe we had a pre-party. That was the problem. We might have been partying on Suma's stream. And I'm like, yeah, we'll just have a good time. I'll do mine in a couple hours. Pizza and cake.
Yeah, the Cowboy's really quiet because I've got him speakerphoned in, but the speakerphone sucks. How loud can it go?
Okay, so this solution I actually cribbed from Suma and Meowgarita. Couldn't figure out how to get it going through the streaming software. So I was like, just call my phone. I'm going to put it on speakerphone, and I'll put the speakerphone by the MacBook. You can talk on speakerphone. You can watch the stream. You'll be a little bit behind. We'll make it work. Didn't work.
I can't. Okay, but you can at least hear him now. Fuck. Barely hear the Cowboy. This is the same problem we had with our first first time. No, that was even just me listening to him. I just listened to him too quiet. Okay. Okay, you guys take your time, hang out. I'm going to pause the timer because that's driving me mad trying to... I'm never going to get it figured out in 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Okay. Okay, let's reset here. Why can't I have you talk through the speakerphone?
So again, I'm not a body language expert, but one of the things I know from playing poker is, you can kind of recognize stress by how high up on a person's face they touch their face as a nervous tick. And you see, I've had a lot of time up in the upper forehead, hairline region. I just had both of them halfway up my head there. And this is still the first 10 minutes. I know I'm going to lose it.
Through the Bluetooth speaker. That's a good question. Yeah, 100%, Candace. I've been maintained and focused for the last 6 months, and it's all just falling apart today. Like everything is just fractious. Things are bad. Oh, okay. Let's full screen me so you can see. There's Derek. He's up there. Yeah. So we had a cool transition stream. A happy Friday the 13th. This is how I was supposed to start the show.
That's right.
Scary, right?
I had props.
But yeah, that's well, let's just give you guys that. It's a lot harder to read with this on than I thought. It's Friday the 13th. Dan D could not be here, but don't worry. The Ramble is still on. It's 11:30 p.m. in Ocala, Florida. Do you know where your heirlooms are? I hope you're ready for a night full of monsters, myth, and the worst of humanity. Yes, that means we'll be talking about Sarah Boone. Dan D, true crime fans. Dan D, true crime fans. Let's get ready to ramble.
Oh, back when it worked.
Oh yeah, good times here tonight. Yeah, no problems. No problems at all. The gremlins got into the MacBook. All right.
Okay, so that was my big plan. I was like, it was Friday night, Friday the 13th. It's going to be so cool. I'm going to start the stream. I'm going to be wearing this mask. And things went to such shit. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I could still do the mask thing.
God made plan, or we made plans and God laughs. Yeah. The best laid plans of mice and men didn't work out very well for Lenny, and I feel like Lenny tonight. I feel like Lenny tonight. Like Lenny tonight.
Let me pet
Lola,
the rabbits, George.
Oh, you're taking off now. You're not even going to give the fans a Lola. And the night it's been. Okay.
Even Lola doesn't want to be part of this stream.
I didn't even. My God.
What else did I forget?
I said there's Derek, but he's up there.
So I forgot to even switch to the main screen. So this was the welcome stream. There's Derek, Cowboy Derek, patiently trying to work through these problems. Oh yeah, and the graphics package I did in the top window. Oh, I look so young and fresh-faced back then. We had the dartboard. That's, come over. Set up the dartboard.
I forgot to actually move that scene over to this scene so you could see it. So you guys missed everything. Oh.
Meowgarita, it's a little of both. So Meowgarita says, Dan D, true crime. You don't give yourself enough credit. I still thought it was a cute stream. I get it. And as a viewer, I can appreciate how it's fun to watch a train wreck, because I would totally watch this if it was another streamer. Oh, fuck. Things are going rough tonight. And I would be locked in. I would love it. And it wouldn't be, out of malicious, it wouldn't be, out of any kind of, I want them to do bad. It would be, I'm going to be there and support him and be the person that's going to, try and help him get through this stream.
You just saw it in the little tiny window. Yeah, we're having fun. We're having fun here. All right.
Hey, Punchable Babyface. Punchable Babyface, I know you're new to the channel. If you wanted to see the growing pains and yeah, just the transition. This is when I was doing my streams from the attic. Towards the winter, it's nice up there, a little bit cooler. As it gets into the summer, it is hot as fuck up there, and I retired to the true crime basement.
What are we going to do? Should I interview Derek through the speakerphone? Can you guys hear him at all, or should he join the chat and we take our time, and I'll just read out my questions. I do have a couple of readings, and maybe that's the way we'll do it.
You guys can't see Derek on that
This
view.
is a real shit show tonight. I really appreciate you guys being here, but this is not my normal planned show. Hey, Barry Adams. Let's just give a shout out to everyone oh my God, there's so many people here. This is not a great night for my worst show ever.
Okay, so that's authentic stress too. I didn't even really realize a lot of you guys showed up because it was pretty cool. I'm having my first guest and I promoted it all week. Meowgarita says, Dan is back. Thank goodness. Dan D is live whenever I turn up, says Barry Adams. Everyone's having a great time in chat and I'm stressed the fuck out because I'm like, this is the last time I'm ever going to see any of these people again. They're never going to come back.
All right. Care for JC, Meowgarita, Barry Adams, LZB, Carolina Hurtado, A to B, Terry Garbs, Carolina Hurtado, I said that. Candace is here. Deadbolt Dame, I think I recognize your name from Cowboy Criminology's chat or comments, but if that's the case, welcome to my channel. I heard you. Sorry, Derek, what's up? Go ahead.
Am I coming through at all?
I can hear you. I can see that you push the bars, but I think if anything, it just lets people know that you're trying to talk. And I might have to repeat what you're saying. Let's try the phone and see. Yeah, A to B, he's on the phone. So talk as loudly as you can for 5 seconds, Derek.
Okay, everybody. We're so sorry that we've had nonstop technical issues.
That's actually better than I thought it was. We might have been able to work this if I... Okay, it sounded quieter to me in the moment.
But we're here.
Okay, that was Derek. I heard him a little better there. Barry Adams, welcome to the only level, buying a membership on this fine program. Yeah, you're getting your full...
Barry Adams is a hero on this stream. Barry Adams gifts 50 memberships out to Dan D True Crime followers. So I'm still thankful for that. It was a nice confidence boost and shot in the arm when I really thought everything was going to hell.
Your full money's worth this stream. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the green team, Barry Adams. Sounded like my mom was listening to techno music downstairs. I might have to go down and join her the way this is going. No, I don't think I'll go to jail tonight. It's more of a Saturday night thing. Are you freaking kidding me, Barry Adams?
There we go.
Holy shit. Barry Adams just bought 50, like States in the Union, 50 Hawaii memberships. Times that by 10. Holy fuck.
That's only 30.
Barry Adams. Wow. There's some people that are subscribers that I haven't even seen here that have gotten free memberships. Lojo, Plain Well Mac, Deadbolt Dame, welcome to the chat and welcome to your free member. Oh no, it's you just...
Detective Koala. You know what? That's the one thing I don't think we tried all stream. Well, till the end of the stream. But even that we did. Detective Koala suggested, did you try turning it off and on again? This is what we like about you. I turned it off. I turned it off at the end. I don't think I turned on my computer for like 2 days after. It's like, I hate you. You're supposed to be my friend.
Said, okay, maybe get a membership. Bums, Michelle.
For context, Alexa, I started this channel in October of 2025. My first 2 shorts were published October 12th of October 2025. I got my MacBook in February, maybe mid-February, maybe even towards the end of February. So this would have only been my 4th stream using the MacBook rather than a 20-year-old Windows laptop that was not up to the task. Had a hell of a fan. That's a fun one. We might watch a little of that if I'm really feeling like a sucker for punishment. Disney Mom, you probably did well not to find the channel back. No, that said, we had a good time. It was there was a few early adopters that really, I've got to give credit for them for helping me out of my shell, because I had stuff to share. I had ideas, and it could even be funny when I had time to edit them. But you guys really made me feel comfortable just talking freely and, correcting myself after if I made a mistake, but just being myself and, having a good time with the content that can be a bit tough to process sometimes, and, sometimes needs somebody to find the levity. So far, I'm impressed with how I'm handling myself, because my memory of this was, I'm stressed the fuck out, and I'm hoping it's not showing to my viewers.
Marianne, trying to find a clue. Keys, Jode the Pode. Now I stole a spoon. Chrism, Krista Francis, Carrie R.H., Marsh.
So I'm still trying to read all the names of people who've been gifted memberships, which is something I do. I didn't expect to ever have 50 of them gifted. It was easy enough to read 1 and 5, but you don't stop when someone does 50. Like, no, I'm not going to do that anymore.
Mr. Macrophilus, that sounds like a crime. Donna Carter, Corey White, Silly DK, DeSantos, CJ and PA, Genitalia? Some very close to genitalia. I'm sorry about that. Wow, Barry Adams. Joe Kate got a membership. Call me Lena now. Low tier stars. Little Miss Nobody. Mary Settler. The algorithm is saying half volume. Okay, I can do a little boosting with my own. I turned off the noise gate. The compressor's aggressive. Let's
Okay, so this is another thing it just reminded me. Back then, I was learning how all the filters work. There's a bunch of filters that are available. You are giving... Oh, hold on. I've just been distracted. Meowgarita says, I'm giving you my gold weird toy collection here, and you're not answering. You're giving it to me? No, I thought you were giving me pictures. Oh, my God. Meowgarita has a John Malkovich that's inside a John Malkovich that's inside a John Malkovich that's inside a John Malkovich, and also a Rick Moranis that is in the style of Barney Rubble from the Flintstones movie, also starring Rosie O'Donnell and John Goodman.
Let's set it to...
Oh, okay. So no, you're not giving them...
Threshold. Maybe I need to...
You were just sharing your gold and then taking it back. I see what you're doing, Meowgie.
Boost my gain. Everything's...
So this is me just learning how all the filters work. So I'm looking at the filters and I'm going, I don't know. The knobs are all there. They say that they're given volume. Why can't we hear it? And poor Derek, he's squinting into the monitor. I don't know that he's going to see anything that I'm trying to figure out, but good for him for trying.
Off. The settings were just great before. The morning show came out fantastic. Yeah, I'm not even tripping the reds. What is going on with my audio?
Also for interest, the hair that I've got here, the hair on my head, that is, I hadn't cut my hair since the Scott Lowen cosplay video. Maybe we'll watch a few minutes of that just so you can see what that is. I still haven't cut my hair since that, so that's what my hair looks like after a month of after a short haircut, and this is what it looks like 6 months after a short haircut. No, that's at full. This is really annoying. Really, really annoying. Okay. I'm overwhelmed by all of the support in chat. I can't even go through the names because love the commentary. Don't touch that belt. I don't even know where the mic is on the MacBook. Does anyone know whereabouts? So, okay, I don't have a microphone at this point, and I'm just using the ambient microphone in the MacBook, and I'm trying to find it. I just moving my mouth closer to certain ports. On a MacBook, the mic is? Because I thought it was like some sort of ambient picking up, but there's no way there's like 40 different mics in here. Okay, I'm full. Cowboy said hop. That's a sound. Oh, mics in here. Hey, there's like 40 different mics in here. Dan, I have information for you. There's a client. She's in Ocala prison. She really needs your help. I told her that you're the perfect person for the job. She's a little difficult. Oh, you sighed? Sorry, you're not going to be able to work with her. She doesn't accept people who sigh. No way there's like 40 different mics in here. Okay, I'm full. Cowboy said hop. Okay, that makes sense because Cowboy's coming through my iPhone pointed sort of at the Mac. But maybe if I put it right on the keyboard. Okay, try again, Derek.
Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah, we're going to have to go full volume on secondary devices to hear Derek, but I think if you heard the echoing before, this is better. This is better. You know what? Let me just try. I did a few readings, or prepared some readings of... This is going to be interesting. I prepared some content prioristically, just in case, I think this was just so that we could have a break and, I could go to the bathroom, splash some water on my face halfway through the video. We are 17 minutes into the video, and I'm like, oh, let's go to plan B. A chapter from Derek's book. Probably going to blow the fuck out of everyone's ears if the audio for that is as good as it was when I recorded it. But let's just give that a shot as some nice content and maybe can help launch us into the discussion. Penny dreadfuls are the descendants of oral tradition, murder ballads, and broadsides. The precursors to gory horror novels. Who is this fresh-faced young man standing in an echo chamber reading about this book? Detective magazines, true crime, crime fiction, graphic novels, and a host of horrifically written, produced, directed, and acted B movies. Pennies, Bloods, or Penny Awfuls were the graphic novels of their day and subject to much of the same contempt and ridicule that comics, graphic novels, and video games are subjected to today. This is a reading from Derek Judd's book, The Monsters That Live Among Us. I still would like to do a full book review. I think we're waiting for Derek. He's doing his level 3 exams or finishing that. But he's interested in doing some work with us, us, the community, sometime in the future. So might be maybe the next Friday the 13th. I think that comes up in October. In the 1830s, London became the bustling image of capitalism and industry. While many looked at England as all that was wonderful, curious publications were being sold for a penny.
These publications were cheaply done and featured some of the most horrific stories imaginable, including dismemberment, mutilation, and beheading. These cheap and sensational publications of fiction became known as penny dreadfuls. Despicable literature that young boys would hide from their parents and trade with friends. Those who remember the decadent decade known as the 1980s could place the penny dreadfuls in the same vein as Garbage Pail Kids trading cards.
Those are fun. Love the Garbage Pail Kids.
These works of horror fiction, or misrepresented true crime, secure an unmistakable place in conversations about serial killers. Penny Dreadfuls generally contains 8 to 12 pages that clearly demonstrate the fact that our interest in sensational and lurid stories of horror and crime predates the cinema. But
this was actually the part that interested me, and it sounds like it interested Meowgarita as well. If you're not aware of what the Penny Dreadfuls are, they're basically lurid, detective novels, but they were the pornography of the time. They were sold as literature, but by, telling a detective story or crime story, you could get into some very, some might say pornographic details of the crimes. And for the reader that was interested in those details, that's what you were buying the Penny Dreadfuls for. And the story was just the packaging that allowed you to go into a store and buy such a thing.
also that this
No, this Derek has nothing to do with X Derek. They're completely different Dereks. X Derek is a part of the Lorneography. I'm not a big Lorne follower, so, I'm not the right person to kind of give the whole background to it. I did watch all of, I think it was October I started my channel, to tell the truth. Hear Me Out did a marathon, and it was 30 days of Lorne coverage, and by the end you get him on To Catch a Predator. It's a good ending. But that said, when it was over, I was like, well, that's it. I've had enough of Lorne. And anyway, X Derek, that has all to do with the Lorne lore. I think X Derek is a kid that is the boyfriend of one of the girls that Lorne is trying to date. He might even be a made-up boyfriend of the made-up girl who's pretending to be young enough to be someone that Lorne's interested in. Anyway, whole separate side tangent. But X Derek is based off of the imaginary boyfriend of a girl that Lorne's interested in, probably jealous of.
Has long been frowned upon. In the first chapter of the book, I explained why I believe Robert Ressler is the originator of the term serial killer.
Oh, stay with the video, Dan. You had it going when you had it there.
All right, welcome back. That was a reading from Chapter 5, Penny Dreadfuls, from Derek Judd's book, Monsters Have Always Walked Among Us. Derek, you mentioned right at the end of that passage that you believe Robert Ressler is the originator of the term serial killer. Can you go into a little bit more detail about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when Robert Ressler was a child, he would go to the movies on...
Hey, if I may, please, if you're keeping an eye out for people going live, let me know. If he does, we won't go for very long, but I'll pop in on the channel. We'll live stream him here if he goes on
Saturday. And they had serials. And what they were movies that continued week after week after week. So people of his generation would understand serial as a continuation of the story. And because everything happened in the series, it was very important that if you didn't miss an episode.
And just so you know, I'm boosting Derek's audio full, and I've got mine on a reduction from the original video. So if it's like, it doesn't seem so bad, it's because I've learned a lot since then, and I'm even able to correct stuff after the fact. I've learned a lot doing court audio, because court audio has a lot of misbalanced and, just weird feeds. So, sorry, Derek, that's a terrible screenshot.
So, serial, his use of the word serial was basically a way to convey the idea of things happening in series to people of his generation. And there have been terms for serial killer for years, starting back in the 1800s. But the modern way we understand it was really
Okay.
And I feel bad because I'm trying to do an interview, and at the same time I'm trying to do tech, and you can't do two things at once. It's rude to the person that you're talking to. Of course, he understands I'm trying to get the stream on that we're both on, but just from a straight, journalist critique, I don't like what I'm doing right here at all.
I think I'm finding a couple of spots where I can boost some audio here too, so apologies for multitasking. I do see some comments in the chat about it being low, so I'm trying to do my best to balance it between both of ours so that I'm not blowing people out of the water too.
Oh, Coyote versus Acme's tomorrow.
One of the things I thought was really interesting about the Penny Dreadfuls was the connection to our modern day horror novels, or horror movies. So everything from Jason Voorhees to Michael Myers to Ghostface in the Scream movies. These are all kind of throwbacks to the pulpy stories of the Penny Dreadfuls of 200 years ago, right?
yes, they are. So you'll see in my book, I always argue that art imitates life. It's never the other way around. And so when you have a very violent crime that happens, you're going to have people who want to expand on that. Urban legends. It takes on the life of its own. So, for instance, Friday the 13th was actually based on a crime that happened in Finland.
Okay.
And there were 4 teenagers murdered by a lake on a camping trip.
Does everyone know about the Finland angle to the Jason Voorhees story? Because I wish I was paying more attention in the moment. I know that I'm interested by it, but staring at the stupid hardware issue.
And there was a 5th camper who survived, but he was horribly attacked. But they ended up charging him with the crime, which doesn't make any sense because of how injured he was.
Yalgarita in the original stream says, "Ooh, Finnish Jason."
So it was very. It set the scene.
Aw, True Crime Zio was here. I haven't seen True Crime Zio for a while. True Crime XIO.
For the death on the camping trip, sort of snowballed from there.
LZB asks, Cowboy graduated now, right? Last I remember he was doing level 3s, and I don't know where along the journey the level 3s are, but I think he was finishing his level 3s.
Okay. Yeah. No, and the snowball in Finland makes sense too. I'm just going to go to a Second, I've done some audio boosting. Maybe I'm too loud now, but I've given you
A little loud.
a few ticks. I'm going to go to another passage that I've pre-recorded from the same chapter, just a couple of paragraphs later. So we'll go to that. Penny dreadfuls are the descendants of an oral tradition, murder ballads, and broadsides.
Now, if I remember correctly, what's happened here, if you remember that beginning, that sounds familiar. Yeah, it's because I just launched the same video I already did. So I fix it by launching the correct video. What I don't fix is the fact that this video is playing. So if you want to hear row, row, row your boat, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Anyway, if you want to hear interviews in the round, get ready.
Precursors to gory horror novels, detective magazines, true crime, crime fiction, graphic novels, and a host of horrifically written, produced, directed, and acted B movies. Pennies.
Barry Adams in the original chat says, Dandy, this is why PCs have more input-output ports. This call is worse than when we tried an 81 Nokia cell on the weather line from a bomb shelter in 2019. Thank you, Barry Adams.
Bloods, or penny awfuls, were the graphic novels of their day, and subject to much of the same contempt and ridicule.
Oh, and look at me. I'm still staying literate in the chat. My response is, audio issues are vexing. So sorry. Audio issues are vexing. So sorry. Please bear with us.
That comics, graphic novels, and video games are subjected to today. In the 1830s, London became the bustling image of capitalism and industry. While many looked at England as all that was wonderful, curious publications were being sold for a penny. These publications were cheaply done and featured some of the most horrific stories imaginable, including dismemberment, mutilation.
All right, I just heard myself say so in the background, so there's now 3 Dans that'll be talking. Just try and sort us out. I'm sure it won't be a problem. Hey, K to Z, welcome. K to Z, what we're watching here is one of my worst streams ever. And this is when I had Cowboy Criminology on for our first guest live stream. And we worked our way through a number of technical issues. At this point, I've launched a pre-recorded segment to give myself 5 minutes to try and figure out what's gone wrong. But I've accidentally launched the wrong one, so we're watching a repeat of it. And soon, there'll be 2 of them playing at the same time, so that's fun. So anyone who's watching this stream for the first time, this sets the bar right down at the bottom, and we should be able to consistently clear it from this point forward if you ever watch this channel again. Oh, it's bad.
These cheap and sensational publications of fiction became known as penny dreadfuls. Despicable literature that young boys would hide from their parents and trade with friends. Those who remember the decadent decade known as the 1980s could replace the penny dreadfuls in the same vein as Garbage Pail Kids trading cards.
The only thing I can say about this is the one thing I can say, and I give you guys credit as the audience. You can see the potential. And I'm not just trying to toot my own horn. I can, you can see that there's something. It's not like where you're telling, hey, just keep at it to somebody who sucks at something. And then it's like bad advice. It's like, just tell him to quit. Tell him to do something that he's got a chance with. You can see the raw, like what I'm trying to do versus what I'm doing. So, I've got a certain admiration for the fact that I stuck through, because I thought I was doing better than I actually was doing, but that gave me the confidence to get to where I am now, and I think I'm doing better.
These works of horror fiction, or misrepresented true crime, secure an unmistakable place in conversations about serial killers. Penny Dreadfuls generally contains 8 to 12 pages that clearly demonstrate the fact that our interest in sensational and lurid stories of horror and
First person in the original chat to point out, it's Cupcakes and Cameos who says, that's the same passage. It'll probably take me about 2 to 3 minutes to notice that comment, and that's when we get to listen to 2 passages at the same time. So you can thank Cupcakes and Cameos for that.
crime predates the cinema, but also that this interest has long been frowned upon.
Welcome to the stream, Ramono. We're watching an unlisted, lost live stream. This is some found content, we'll call it. Only for the people who are watching this stream or the people who watch the replay of this stream, because this is listed.
In the first chapter of the book, I explained why I believe Robert Ressler is the originator of the term serial killer.
And I can keep interrupting myself because I already read this once. Mielgarita says, Dan D, Grace Marks is, regarding the Grace Marks show, Alias Grace on Netflix. I meant Cronenberg. Cronenberg, yeah, is great Canadian director. Not Jim Jarmusch. Hee, even better. Okay, thank you. And Disney Mom says, I'm just glad I found you later on. I don't know if I would have stayed. I thought, God, this guy needs support. I'll hang in there. It's not so bad. And you know what? The best thing about this is making lemonade from lemons. A lot of creators will delete what doesn't go right. I knew there would be a context that this could be entertaining, but it wasn't then, and it wasn't as watch last week's live stream. What happened there? Oh, that's just me. That's just what happened to the stream. Okay.
And we're back. Sorry about that. Just working with Derek in the background about what else we can do to make this a good stream for you.
I'm literally broadcasting a black screen.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I didn't even have it live. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
What do you guys want? Oh, boy. What do you guys want us to do here? I don't feel like this is a good stream, and I don't think this is fair to Derek's book.
And then something goes bing. I don't think this is a good stream.
Anyway, I think we need to come back. I think we need to get our ducks in a row and get things in sorts, because everything's out of sorts, and this should be a really good show. And it's
now this is kind of funny because I'm trying to give up now, right? You know, we've struggled through. This is 28 minutes of real time. How much time have we've spent double. We've spent the same amount of time that this was talking about how crazy fucked up this was. There's still another hour of this, which means at this rate, there's still another 2 hours of this night stream. And I'm having way more fun than I thought I would. So yeah, let's just continue. Wow, I was trying to give up at 28 minutes. This goes 1 hour and 37 minutes, just so you're aware. And yeah, there's no way we're going to be done in 1 hour and 37 minutes unless I don't pause it again the rest of the week.
Instead, it's bear with me show. And really, this in sorts, because get our ducks in a row and get things you need to. Anyway, I think we need to come back. I think we need to get our ducks in a row and get things in sorts, because everything's out of sorts. And this,
you know who I look like when my hair's puffed up like that? Let me just that maybe. Okay, there we go. You know who I look like right here? I look like Butters as an adult. You know the South Park character Butters? Oh, geez, guys. My parents are going to be mighty mad if they find out that I messed up this live stream. That's what that little puff of hair looks like. I look like an adult Butters.
It's in sorts because everything's out of sorts, and this should be a really good show, and instead it's a bear with me show.
I kind of know why we stay for an hour. I bet my special guest calls in sometime right here while I'm trying to quit. Special guest. Still to come.
And I don't know. I'm just going to look into the chat to see what you guys are thinking, because I'm not real happy with the way things are going.
What is the chat going to tell me?
And it was black screen. Fuck. So I didn't even play the book report. Yeah, I had it on minimized. Okay. You guys can get that read. That part was recorded properly.
That was the sound.
In 1846.
So sad.
Hold on.
Was recorded properly. So sad.
Yeah, I'm going to have to make that a sound clip as well.
Was recorded properly.
Meowgarita in the chat originally said, sounds good, trial run. A to B said, hang in there, keep trying, we'll talk amongst ourselves. Barry Adams says, my sister has a picture of our great-grandpa as a kid with his mom while she's riding a penny farthing bike to get votes for women in 1897. That's very impressive.
So sad. Properly. Okay. You guys can get that read. That part was recorded properly. So sad.
In 1846.
You know what, Meowgarita? I both thought I was doing worse than I was. And I'm kind of shocked about how bad it is, because it is worse than I remember it, as well as it's a strange dichotomy. This isn't good either. What am I doing in the corner of my head's just popping up into the corner. That's not the way this was shot.
The descendants of the oral tradition.
Here we go. This is simultaneous readings.
Well-known penny dreadful ever was published. The precursor story was...
Yeah, Dor, this is what YouTube does to you. Well, this is maybe what 8-hour live streams does, and a Betty Broderick marathon to boot. I'm very much aging, aren't I?
About a barber novels, who dispatches his clients in a barber chair. True crime, with the help of trusty razor, novels, a trapdoor of horrifically written, who sells meat pies next door to the barber.
Where can you go to get two readings at the same time?
Shop B movies. Once the barber kills his victims, the meat pie lady grinds the barber's victims' graphic novels of their...
Oh, I comment in my own chat and say, the pre-recorded parts are good. Smile. Let's see what kind of responses I get to that.
To fill her pies, subject to much of the same contempt, suspecting and ridicule that comics, the story is string...
Immediately. Double audio.
Pearls and video a romance subjected to today. And the story's main character. In the 1830s, London became the bustling image of capitalism and industry.
No worries.
And we've already established England as all that was wonderful with grisly murders. Curious publication.
Okay, if two dandies reading isn't enough to make it confusing, if you listen carefully, you can hear me talking to Derek in the background about the problems I'm having.
Whether true crime or crime fiction. These publications were cheaply done, and most people hold the most horrific stories and brutal the story, including dismemberment, mutilation.
Meowgarita types, cut. Amy Zeke, guys, double audio.
Penny dreadfuls, like their predecessors, gave people a way to indulge sensational in the darkest parts of the human psyche, known, safe from any danger that the real world could pose on them.
This sounds like a really good reading, this second one. I might have to find this and play it for you guys clean in another hour when we get this video done.
Literature. Yet in London, young boys would hide from their parents, and something happened that changed crime literature. Those who remember the decadent decade known as the 1980s.
Ramono, you wouldn't be the first person to bring up Dr. Demento. As soon as I played They're Coming to Take Me Away, hee hee, ha ha, ho ho, to the funny farm. And I'll be happy when all those nice young men with their clean white suits and they're coming to take me away, ha ha, ho ho, hee hee. I used that for one of my Sarah shorts, and Kevin Brady just loved it. Dr. Demento! Yeah, there's a piece of it. I see a little of that. I see a little of Art Bell, Coast to Coast. That's, it's way up here, right? But you gotta have goals.
Could replace the Penny Dreadfuls in the same vein as Garbage Pail Kids.
A little bit of Wolfman Jack, a little bit of Dr. Johnny Fever, a little Christian Slater from Talk Radio.
It's trading cards.
Was it Harry the Horn Dog? Wasn't Dirty Harry. Was it just Horny Harry? Great movie, though.
These works of horror fiction, or misrepresented true crime, secure an unmistakable place in conversations.
Well, this is good. The previous one ended, and this one's still playing. Okay, I'm going to go back 10 seconds, and we'll actually listen for a bit.
These works of horror fiction, or misrepresented true crime, secure an unmistakable place in conversations about serial killers. Penny Dreadfuls generally contains 8 to 12 pages that clearly demonstrate the fact that our interest in sensational and lurid stories of horror and crime predates the cinema, but also that this interest has long been frowned upon. In the first chapter of the book, I explained why I believe Robert Ressler is the originator of the term serial killer.
Well, that's the first one. So the second reading was
All
shorter.
right, I think we're back. Let me just come back to me. And hello. I think we've come up with a plan. What we're going to do as a bit of a pivot, Derek's going to join the chat. You guys can ask him whatever you want to.
This is actually a pretty smart move. Okay. I forgot I did this. Pat myself on the back here. Why keep pushing into the problem, right? If we can't do it, we're not going to learn it while we're online. We've already been online for a half hour. So, keep doing what you're doing and not getting results, or go a different direction. And we knew that Derek could be in the chat. We knew that worked. I knew I could live stream. That worked. Okay. That said, I don't remember this being a successful stream, so there's more problems to come, I'm sure.
The book, because this has all gone sideways and apeshit, I'm going to alternate from my questions that I had for Derek that you guys can follow up on in the chat, and he can have some time to think about. And then I'm going to do some reads from Werewolves. So I'll just do a straight up read. We will turn off Derek's mic and let him stop racking up the long distance charges from Texas.
Oh, that's right. So we're not even, I just got his image on screen because that's all I could figure out how to stream. And then we were using his phone for his voice. That is a pretty Mickey Mouse way around streaming. Pretty cool to get his picture up there, considering that, we weren't figuring shit out. But yeah, that's an interesting little detail.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. So A to B just got the book. Fantastic. Well, we're skipping ahead a little bit. This is going to be from chapter 10. Derek, you're welcome to stay on camera if you like. But I think I'm just going to end the... Oh, you've already hung up? Yeah, you're gone on the phone call. Okay. Derek is in the chat. The Cowboy Criminologist is there. Let me get from my notes.
So let's just pretend that this was the show. And I just said, let's get ready to ramble, and did the siren.
Let's just pretend that's what happened. Let's just go to the land of imagination where the last 33 minutes didn't happen and we just had a nice intro and show.
It doesn't sound, my audio still seems super fucking quiet. Okay, I can fix my... Do you all still have Zoom or Google Video? I'm using Video Ninja. I've never used Zoom. I don't know if I'm just because I managed to get through COVID without using it that I'm against using Zoom, but VDO Ninja was the streaming service.
So the narration, and Disney Mom points this out, the more you tell us about the stream, the funnier it is. And I don't know if you mean original me talking about the problems or me now talking about walking through the problems. I hope both are entertaining. But original me there, prioristic me, when I was dealing with 50 things and still trying to keep track of the 50 things prioristic to that. When I worked at places like Starbucks, retail, they used to make fun of me because every new place, it's a bit of a learning curve. And I would talk myself through everything. Okay, so that's $20 in the till. It says $8.73. That means your change is 12 and 27 cents. There you go. Have a great day. Just narrate every button. Like, you press that's a number 3 with the number 4 and add a 2. It really helps out for streaming, so you're not just sitting there going, sorry. Gives me something to fill the air. Apparently, my mom says I've been good at it since I was about 2 years old. They talk about times when they used to just drive and listen to me and humor me. I think they should have been encouraging me, but it's been 40 odd years. I can let it go.
It worked when we did our book interview, and then things aren't working as well as they did then. But okay, well, a quick welcome to Derek.
The vocal change. Well, that's not working, but let me just get into my personality and maybe I can just bulldoze my way through these problems.
Derek Judd, our special guest tonight. Derek is the creator behind Cowboy Criminology. He has a background in law enforcement, and he's pursuing his law degree. He's the author of Monsters Have Always Lived Among Us. Let's have a warm welcome for Derek Judd. Hi, Derek. Welcome to the show. Then we would do a little banter, talk back and forth.
Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads. Somebody posted that on my community tab, and I didn't recognize that one. I'm sure I saw it, but it's like some sort of a fevered dream, much music, like liquid television kind of thing. But then same person posted the was not was video. Hello, Dad. I'm in jail. I like it. I'm going to live here. I'm in jail. Hello, Dad. And that song, I instantly was like, oh, fuck, I remember that. Yeah. And it's such a weird, bizarro video. I look pretty happy about whatever's happening right here. Even happier.
Then we would do a little banter, talk back and forth. And then I would start.
Oh, no. Okay, so I'm doing my interview to him. And he's going to pantomime his responses. He's going to do the pantomime in chat. That's what's... Okay, yes. He says, I'm so excited. So he's just going to pantomime on camera. Okay, well, let's see how this works. Go, Dan.
Off with my first question. Derek, we'll be talking about Sarah Boone and your new book, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to ask about slasher killers, such as Jason, Mike Myers, Ghostface. And how do they fit into the mythos around serial killers?
Sounds like a good question. If this was a proper video interview, this would have been a great jumping off point for Derek. Pineweaver, you bring up a great point. Tanika 2 cents, early streams with all the errors made me love her. She's beautiful and smart. Her composure during her early mistakes made me admire her so much. I remember watching not quite that early because she seemed to have her shit together. But it was before the trial was over. I discovered her while watching the trial live on another channel, and people in the chat were getting all excited about tablet messages. And I'm like, The hell's the tablet messages? This is a whole new side story. Never realized that it would spiral into what it ended up spiraling into. And at the time, I would be honest, wasn't too interested in the side story. I was still trying to catch up with the main story. But as I, what's going on over there? I really appreciated the way that there was both a competence and a transparency in, hey, I'm learning here. I'm got my mic on the table. I'm doing the best I can. I'll just tell you, but you could tell she was working. You could tell that she was doing the hard work behind the scenes. And I thought to myself, I don't want to do hard work behind the scenes, but I could learn on camera. That part I could do. If I could do that without doing the hard work behind the scenes, yeah, I could do YouTube.
Derek elaborated on this a little bit, talked about the true crime case from Finland. Where
Cowboy Curtis
Jason
is great too.
Was based off of. And that said, there is not necessarily based off of. I know there's a Michael Myers.
Punchable Babyface is here, but listening only, just out doing a Corey Richins letter.
Is who Jason Voorhees, he's basically a ripoff. There was a lot of money made off of the Halloween movies, so I know that Jason was a similar faceless killer meant to quench the horror audience, but very well may have looked to a real life case to get the inspiration to create the copycat character. Which leads us into the chapter of the book we're focusing on today, Penny Dreadfuls, which were the predecessors to modern slasher movies. How do you see this connection? So we did talk about that. And
no, I'm not just reading my questions and saying, yeah, we talked about it. I know I put a lot of work into putting together the questions, but I'm not waiting for answers.
Let's just go to the final excerpt that I prepared from Penny Dreadfuls.
Okay.
Let that go because it's prepared and professional compared to this shit. And then we'll come back to a little bit more that I had prepared.
Okay, so if the concept here, you'll get a reading and he has a chance to answer in the comments. So let's see how this works.
Whitechapel is an area of lower income.
No. I launched all the videos now. There's 3 of them.
Working-class Londoners and immigrants at the time. The most well-known Penny Dreadful. While there is little to distinguish.
So now I know this, but when you add media to the stream, you can add like different elements, and you can say, hey, I'd like to add this video or this picture, and I'll show you guys an example. I've got one on the screen. It's making a new image for a Post Malone video I'm doing on sunflowers, and those shorts that just popped up on the screen, that's sunflowers growing out a pair of bad shorts. So that's a media element, right? You can put it on the screen. And every time you refresh the screen, like I'm going to here, did it refresh? Oh, you have to change something. Okay, so every time you change an element and then refresh the screen, the elements all launch themselves again. Bad example, Dan. They all launch themselves again. So what I had made the mistake of doing was putting all of my video interviews as elements like this on my scene template. And every time I would like, okay, so I'll just press play, and I tried to refresh the new interview. All I was doing was activating every piece of media that I'd put on the page because I wasn't putting them in the background. I wasn't hiding them. So that's why we're now going to listen to 3 readings at the same time. 3, count them, 3 readings. 1 man, 3 readings. Can it be done?
Whitechapel, the precursor story was about.
Okay, it's a little harsh. I'm going to turn down the volume on that. We'll just let it as background noise and talk amongst ourselves.
Who dispatches his clients forever in true crime, with the help of fiction, serial killer mystery, when 5 prostitutes were a matron who sells meat pies and August 31st, 1888. Once the barber kills his victims, blood, the meat pie.
Meowgarita, she's first to call it in the original chat. Triple audio. Good ear for picking up the triple instead of just like you did it again. Like, no, there's a new element. Yeah, that's a third piece. Dan, do a fourth reading.
The lady grinds the barber's victims' bodies up to fill her pies and sell them to an suspecting sources like the story is String of Pearls, a romance subject to the story's main character.
In the 1830s, if we assume nothing was available to readers more violent than penny dreadfulism that day, and that the only thing more already established England as all that was one true crime were the perpetrators.
Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat.
Cheaply done. And most people were archived horrific stories of the story.
Gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream.
In the darkest parts up until 1888, safe from any danger of the murder world, even multiple people yet never murdered.
If you're just tuning in, this is Dan D True Crime. We don't have time to listen to one piece of media at once. We're all straight A students here, so we listen to 3 readings simultaneously. If you had an advanced brain like ours, you'd be able to process it. So don't complain.
Boys being hide from their parents. The Ripper slayings were something happened that changed these types of murders. Simply, those who remember did not happen.
Known as the 1980s,
Cosmopolitan, civilized places.
Penny dreadfuls in the same vein as Garbage Pail Kids trading cards.
They're all like they're practically the same length. That look is not, I don't know what just happened. Because when those were playing, I didn't have headsets, so I had no monitor. I had no idea what the audio was playing. When I launched something, I just assumed it worked. You all are trying to assume that was good? Yeah. That's the look of a guy who, okay, well, that went well. Now we've got to come. Oh, muted now. Muted now. Okay. Not that I've got it tuned down. I'm on full. Means it's going to come in like a bomb too, but muted now. That's lovely. That's great. How long is this going to go? 4 minutes? Derek is just staring like, I can't hear you. Michael E. Wang has joined the original stream to say, you're running 2 separate audio tracks. Care for JCYT says, this is hard to listen to. It's overlapping. But I make a scene change. That's a nice scene change. Obviously, I was focused on, I'm just going to kick back and read.
Mute. I was on mute. Fuck me. Anyway, more ambient.
Derek might be frozen. Not a great. I don't think I noticed, but yeah, Derek is 100% maintained and focused right now.
We're going to move to chapter 10. This is a chapter on werewolves. I haven't read it yet, so this is going to be a first read for me. Can't be any worse than anything I've done that I've prepared tonight. So let's see if just winging it goes a little bit better. My volume, I don't know. I hope it's good. It's not tripping the yellows even, but yeah, no, muted might be a second behind. Yeah, unmuted. Okay. Okay. Gonna read the first chapter or first paragraph and then just look to the chat to make sure that things are good. Thank you for sticking around, Derek. Chapter 10.
Thank you for sticking around, Derek. I don't notice he hasn't blinked.
I'll read the first chapter or first paragraph and then just look to the chat to make sure that things are good. Thank you for sticking around, Derek. Chapter 10. Werewolves. None of the monsters discussed in this book are more terrifying than...
Thank you for sticking around, Derek.
the werewolf. However, if you thought the entomology of vampires was horrifying, this chapter may keep you from sleeping ever again. Hell of an intro paragraph. That's not bad. All right. Well, if nobody wants to sleep again, okay, volume is low. Okay, I can do some fixes here. I don't know why the noise gate.
Okay, I've maxed out my input feed again. Did I mute myself while trying to fix it? I did. Yeah, that's, I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I did that. It's not me, obviously, like you can hear me. But prioristic me has no idea what just happened. Cowboy Criminology
Testing.
Testing. Oh, so I think, okay, I set up a noise gate. The noise gate is supposed to get out hums. So if you have like a loud fan, whoosh, you can set up a noise gate and it'll cut it out. What I did here, I wasn't muted, but I had my noise gate filter set so aggressively that only when I was screaming did it open up the gate, the, arbitrary, technical gate, but to allow my voice to be registered. So this is the problem with playing around with things that you don't understand. That said, if you don't play around with things you don't understand, you don't ever understand them. I learned a lot on this stream that I still use today. Okay, so count down until I'm going to scream to try and make the mic work.
Testing.
So that's when I learn it's the noise gate and not that because I'm like, why would I have muted myself? But yeah, I got a little aggressive on muting out the background noise. Yeah, in other words, I muted myself. That's probably a shorter way of saying it.
Off. Close. Testing. And
now I've just taken off all the filters. I'm like, fine, we're not doing anything to improve my voice. We're just at least going to have my voice.
Fuck me.
Yeah, that got picked up okay.
Fuck me. Can you hear me? See me? Hear me?
Oh. Touch me.
I can't be muted now, can I?
Feel me.
I think I'm good.
Can he see or hear me?
I got myself on a 3 decibel gain with an 8 decibel output gain.
Oh, that's it. 8 decibel.
I think this is as good as it gets, folks. Okay, you can hear me now. Here we go. Chapter 10, Werewolves.
Can he see or hear me? Should I smash the mirror?
None of the monsters discussed in this book are more terrifying than the werewolf. However, if you thought the etymology of vampires was horrifying, this chapter may keep you from sleeping ever again.
Okay, I think I might settle into something here. So this is halfway through the stream, and this might be the most solid content of the stream so far. Good for you for sticking around on this rewatch.
The monsters discussed in this book are more terrifying than the werewolf. However, if you thought the etymology of vampires was horrifying, This chapter may keep you from sleeping ever again. The reason is that, unlike...
I think that Derek is just sitting there stunned by what a reading I'm doing of his book. Thanks for sticking around, Derek.
Vampires, werewolves are exceedingly difficult to detect. In criminal justice realms, the term werewolf holds a terrifying meaning because, unlike their vampire counterparts, when serial killers are described as werewolves, cannibalism is nearly always present against the victims in werewolf cases, where blood drinking is not always present with vampires. Remember the chapter about hangers-on?
Michael E. Wang says, don't quit your day job. Joke's on you, Michael E. Wang. My day job's a night job.
The Kentucky Vampire Clan? The blood drinking was within their group.
That's a great point, Dor. Derek keeps a very straight face through all of my difficulties. He's a real solid wingman.
As a communal ritual, yet not an act perpetrated on their victims. While the history of vampires had haphazard documentation from ancient times, the crimes of werewolves are so well documented that they inspired fairy tales. Werewolves, dear ones, are the origin of stranger danger.
A lot of discussion of
like
Tommy.
Yeah, I hear perfect. Perfect is good. Don't quit your day job. Yeah, my day job's a night job.
Okay, I've used that joke before. A lot of discussion of Tommy in the chat. That's what I was singing from there. That was an Anne Margaret piece singing to, I think it's Roger Daltrey as Tommy in the Who's famous rock opera. Tons of stars in it. If you haven't seen it, it's a Pink Floyd-esque, kind of musical opera, but the guest stars in it, outstanding. Tina Turner's in it as the Acid Queen. Elton John plays the Pinball Wizard. There's some less known, I still don't know who the Cousin Kevin is. He's an evil little fuck. And Uncle Eddie. Whoa. Don't want to get me started on Uncle Eddie. He looks like he's probably, a treasure in England, but not really well known worldwide. He likes to fiddle about.
Audio is low. Yeah, still too low. Too low. What the hell is going on? Okay, maybe.
But for a pretentious rock opera, there are some very solid questions throughout the movie without answers. It gives you room to kind of, oh yeah, I should think about that. I think it added a little bit of gravitas to some of the Who's lyrics, but the idea of hey you, Mr. Square, who thinks you must, it's in the Pinball Wizard lyrics. Hey you, Mr. Normal. Da, 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 da. You ain't gonna follow me in any of my ways, even though you think you must. And that kind of gets to this sort of, when we still see it today, this is 50 years later, but executives that, go on these ayahuasca retreats so that they can spend 4 days claiming their soul after selling it for the last, 15 years on Wall Street. And, yeah, okay, ramble over. Derek, you still with me? Uncle Eddie was an Oliver, of course.
No, the sync off. No, these are all
a British treasure. Derek, just stick with me a little bit.
Volume's at 141%.
That seems like a lot of volume. 141%?
Huh. I mean, I can get right into the microphone.
That's not good. Don't do that. Nobody wanted that. Lovely background, though. You haven't used that since. Why not?
Okay. Let's snuggle right up to the mic. I didn't even turn on my ring light. That's how haphazard things got today.
Oh yeah, the lighting is the problem, Dan.
Did I just pick up haphazard from what I just read?
Oh, that's going to fix everything. Lack of shadows. That's what this stream needed.
Okay. Werewolves, dear ones, are the origin of stranger danger.
You still with me, Derek?
In the vampire section, we learn that many people were accused of vampirism because of porphyria or hematolagnia. That's exactly how it's pronounced, slowly. Hematolagnia.
That's exactly how it's pronounced, slowly. Oh, you crack me up. You're a real card.
Many people are falsely tried and sentenced to die for being labeled vampires, while those accused of being werewolves often had human flesh stuck in their teeth. Witnesses were often present in time.
This is funny too. Cowboy Criminology is active in the chat. He's telling someone in the chat that Werewolves was his favorite chapter of the book. In the chat, I got off camera because of technical issues. So the chat knows he's not there. I don't know he's not there. The Werewolves chapter was fun in the research and discovery. A to B, who's part of the Dan D True Crime family, is somebody who's ordered the book. So if you want some a peer-to-peer book review, ask A to B about it next time you're in a chat. Dan, please continue. Derek, you still with me?
Werewolf transform into a man looming over their freshly mutilated victim. The wolf carries a unique place in the lives of humans, according to Reagan. I see it isn't Dan, it's good Dan. Ring light, are we getting, yeah, no makeup tutorial. This is all natural. This is me.
A little blush wouldn't have killed me.
Derek quotes from Reagan, a book from 2022. The quote is, "The wolf in fairy tales is depicted as manipulative and dangerous. He's either outright menacing or disguises himself as a good guy to trick the protagonist into thinking he's something he's not." Right. Wolf symbolism in fairy tales is often that of a cunning predator, an intruder in the home, and a threat to humans.
Well, this is good.
That's the end of the quote. While the criminal justice system in its earliest iterations failed those accused of witchcraft and vampirism, the crimes of werewolves, while still supernatural, often had a disturbing element of truth behind the accusations. To better understand why the mythology of the werewolf was created,
Disney Mom brings up, Dandy, thankfully Sarah came along and saved us from the werewolves and the gremlins. The interesting thing that I got from Derek's book was that lots of these stories of, fantastical creatures really arose from them trying to come up with an explanation for real life people that did grotesque things and, really awful things. So it was a lot easier to tell, an aghast public, a monster came in and did this to that body, than it was to say that, somebody who lives here in this village took that woman and did that with her body. So some of these stories, and then to that end, Sarah Boone, she's the new mythology, right? She, the vampires, there were people that were, drinking blood and doing, things. I don't know whether true vampires, but, enough that people could write stories and, go their way. My point being is, Kat, I can't have you up here while I'm smoking. I'm trying to tell a story. The point being that someone like Sarah Boone, the mythology is happening now. It's channels like mine. It's, there might be my grandkids, looking at the videos, some of the music videos that I did, the montages and stuff. And, oh, Did you know there was a monster in my granddad's time that, locked her boyfriend in a suitcase? And who knows how that, campfire tale will be told by them 100 years, 400 years from now. But Sarah's a monster, and she's going to inspire her own fantastical monster story, just like the werewolves, just like the vampires, just like all those monsters that are based off of, the people that lived among us and did awful things.
We must first understand what characteristics the wolf possesses that cause this zoomorphism. Most wildlife biologists who study wolves would tell you that wolves have little in common with their fairy tale counterparts. Instead, many of their attributes come from man's misunderstanding of wolf behavior. First, wolves have an incredible capacity for socialization, and these attachments happen quickly. Meck notes that socialization is the wolf's strongest personality trait because of its capacity for...
So Vel says, I say that all the time, Dan. The real monsters don't have fangs. They don't hide in the shadows. They can be standing right beside you in the line at the grocery store. And the reality is these, the fanged monsters, the boogeyman, the stereotypes, the things we're afraid of, whatever it is, they exist in our minds because they exist in reality. They're not formed out of fiction. And sometimes they have function, these kind of stories. So, there's a function to telling kids, hey, stay in your bed so that the boogeyman doesn't take you at night. Because you don't want kids out, wandering the streets at 2 a.m. So better to just tell them there's a boogeyman. But, the more you tell those stories, the more you have to wonder, like, why is there the stories? And yeah, it's scary thinking about how real the roots are for so many of these fantastical monsters.
Making emotional attachments to other individuals. Like most wild animals with no socialization with man, man's scent tends to make the animal fearful, and they tend to hide. However,
I could see Sarah being the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man with her helmet haircut underneath that little beret hat. And I gained the weight since I was incarcerated.
Some are curious and may come forward to explore. While wolves are predators, they are usually little threat to livestock or domesticated animals. According to Meck and the National Wildlife Federation, predation of domesticated animals by wolves is exceptionally rare. PredatorDefense.org published a study that found that wolf predation is less than 0.2%, or is less than 0.2%.
Still with me there, Derek? Dorgan in chat says, don't worry, Dan and Cowboy, we understand beginning glitches. Much love. Thank you, Dorgan.
In addition, wolves are socially conscious creatures who do not kill for sport and are not responsible for declines in ungulate populations. Because of the relatively small number of wolves in most packs, between 2 and 15, and at times 30 or more. Because of the small sizes of packs and a territory that can cover 50 to 1,000 square miles, according to the National Wildlife Foundation, it is unlikely that such a small number would be a danger to overtaking populations of game animals. As we learned in the last section, people begin to make inferences based off of limited information and a lack of understanding. While all wild animals are dangerous, only 2 fatal attacks on humans have been attributed to wolves in the last 100 years.
That's interesting.
As with most wild animal attacks, this can be attributed to disruptions in mating,
Like the boy who cried wolf, right?
getting too close to the animal's young, or getting too near a ready food source. All 3 of these situations would cause most wild animals...
Beth of a Salesman says, please make Derek's face your permanent thumbnail.
animals to attack, even unprovoked. Despite the idea of the lone wolf, wolves generally mate for life and are generally only on their own when they are adolescents, striking out to find a new pack, mate, or food. The hunting style of wolves includes stalking prey over large distances, sometimes for days, looking for the right opportunity to strike. Female wolves often help herd the prey. Here's a quote. Wolves are not equipped to dispatch their victims quickly. Prey usually dies of shock, muscle damage, or blood loss. It is in light of the way which wolves kill that we will discuss werewolves.
Derek, why don't you
Another
jump
myth
in?
about wolves is that they howl at the moon. Meck notes that wolves can be active by day or night, but primarily take advantage of the night for hunting. The Smithsonian Institute states, howling may be heard at night, but it is not a direct behavior directed at the moon. Instead, it is used as a social rally call, a hail to hunt, or a territorial expression. We will discuss the moon and howling more later in this chapter, while contextualizing the behavior with werewolves in the next chapter. Definitions and context are essential when discussing werewolves. The epic poem Gilgamesh is often...
So I'm happy with that I made a pivot to something that could at least be enjoyed by the people who stuck it out this long. But I'm also reading, basically I just decided I'll just read what I haven't read so far. That way I'm still reading the book, and we promoted it a little bit, but obviously we can't get into the give and take of answering questions if you're typing out your answers, or I'm waiting for you to do your charades on screen.
Cited as a first mention of the werewolf. The problem is that this poem deals with a woman who allegedly turned a former lover into a wolf. This does not seem to be a strong enough starting point for us contextually, so we will move on. Sometime around 700 BC, the Roman poet Hesiod was telling versions of a werewolf story. However, it is
Dippity-doo, that was great stuff. I remember it made it really easy to know which one you wanted because it was all by number. If you wanted it to be rock hard, you'd use 1. If you wanted it to be harder than that, it was a 2, and then 3, and then there was a 4, which was crazy. It was extreme do. And then, just for the people, 4 was I like to go out in hurricanes. But then you could get 5. 5 was dippity-doo ice.
Ovidus Naso, or Ovid, who published the most famous work, Metamorphosis. Remember, at the beginning of this book, we discussed oral tradition and how...
So I'm tripping over words here. At least if I'd read it once before, I think I'd be doing a better job. Sure, this stream would be easier to keep track of if I wasn't wearing the same shirt that I'm wearing in the stream.
Stories were passed down from generation to generation. Even though Hesiod is often created as the first written Greek poet, Ovid's version of the werewolf...
So now I'm just winging it on pronunciations of Greek poets.
...became popular. Just have a okay. Thank you so much, Derek, for taking care in chat.
We still have a special guest to come.
And keeping everyone part of the discussion. All right. I will continue after I have a quick sip. Thank you so much for everyone who's bared with us. I know it's a slightly smaller group and we were expecting more. I promise we will get our shit together and the next Friday night ramble will be everything we promised tonight and more. So,
turned out the lie detector determined that was a lie. We still have to redo this one. It took more than a week for us to figure it out. What we did figure out by the next broadcast, and kudos to Derek for coming up with this workaround, using the existing software, he was able to watch the video on his computer and share his screen with me. So all I had to do was rebroadcast that screen into my stream rather than trying to host the whole phone call at the same time I was streaming on the same computer. And it's possible that helped clear up the bottleneck, the technical issues that we were having, was that I was both hosting a video call on my computer at the same time I was transmitting video. So I guess the way the MacBook, he's like, okay, well, it looks like you need it for this, and then gave all the audio for this. And that's why Derek was so quiet, because it was using the audio for... Anyway, that's a little bit more detail than you need, but it shows that I learned from this experience.
There is that.
There is that. Okay, Kat, you can come
The
up.
myth begins in Arcadia, which is ruled by King Lachion.
That's perfect. That's exactly how it's pronounced. Lachion. King Lachion, the famous King Lachion.
And I'm tough with the Greek names. A king who incurred Zeus's wrath for his refusal
Derek, can you help me with this? Lachion. Thank you, Derek.
to worship the gods of Olympus. Zeus decides to test Lycaon and comes to Arcadia disguised as a human. When a rumor began circulating that
So if I pre-read, I probably wouldn't have picked this chapter to do a live reading.
the god was among the people, Lycaon was angered and vowed to test any god who revealed himself. When Zeus came before Lycaon, Lycaon decided he would trick Zeus into eating human flesh and planned to kill the king of the gods.
Oh, now I'm discussing cannibalism. Derek, you want to take over here?
Zeus, of course, was not fooled and turned Lycaon into a wolf. Several versions of the story exist, but they all require the transformation of man into a beast and cannibalism as the two main points.
K to Z, yes, this is all very nerdy, but because I don't run a vertical chat, we can get away with it here.
That begin our werewolf creation.
We have only horizontal chatters.
Okay, like a lycanthrope.
Oh, lickin'. Look at me learning word entomologies. As soon as I put the book down. Good for me for, even in the stress of the moment, still just enjoying a little eureka moment. Like, Lycan. I know that. I know that convention in the English language.
Two main points that begin our werewolf creation. Oh, lickin'. Okay, like a lycanthrope. Lycanthrope. Or basically, I remember that from when I used to play Dungeons and Dragons. Any creature,
There we go. If anyone doubted my nerd credentials.
Basically, I remember that from when I used to play Dungeons and Dragons. Any creature, any were creature that was part human, part bear, part wolf. They were all lycanthropes in the monster manual. Derek, are you just frozen there? Is that frozen?
No fucking way. I really thought at this point I knew. Derek, are you frozen? 20 minutes? No, I'm just stunned.
Monster manual. Derek, are you just frozen there? Is that a frozen video of you? I might block. Yeah, I don't think that video is an active video anymore. You're scaring me. I'm taking you off of that screen.
It's scaring me. I see it there for 20 seconds. I'm like, oh, I'm taking that down. Everyone who's been watching this stream. Ooh. So good. I'm really glad that we're doing this.
Yeah, I don't think that video is an active video anymore. Your unblinking stare is scaring me. monster. They were all lycanthropes in the monster manual.
Derek, you still
Derek,
here?
are you just frozen there? Is that a frozen video of you? I might block. Yeah, I don't think that video is an active video anymore. Your unblinking stare is scaring me. I'm taking you off of that screen. And there. Oh.
Barry Adams in the chat. I am loving being here with you all. Why are you apologizing? We're all here.
I know what I can add. Maybe this is kind of media open. Media 2.
The Cowboy Criminology chimes in. It is unsettling to me too. He's had to stare at himself, staring at himself for the last 20 minutes.
Ideally, this is just going to be a fun little thing that we can have in the background. Monster loop.
Anyone's in the chat is unaware of who K to Z is. I first became aware of K to Z because Cowboy Criminology was his first contact with a YouTuber was K to Z doing reviews of his Sarah Boone videos, maybe all of his videos. In any case, when he found out that I was doing his videos, he was very effusive in his praise of K to Z. Oh, K to Z put me on. She, fantastic. Got to check her out. I have very cool channel. It's got, very, very different vibe than a lot of the other channels that are covering. So if you're looking for body cam reaction, check out K to Z. You should be able to click on her channel name. I have it activated in my chat that if you right click anybody's profile, it'll give you an option to go to channel, and then from the channel you can subscribe. You can even open it in a new tab so you don't go anywhere.
Today, monster loop. There it is, open. And
yeah, nobody in the chat told me about it. Cowboy Criminology was in the chat, but he was chatting with the people there.
no, that's not going to work either. I can't believe how many things aren't working tonight.
Can't believe it, can you?
Really?
I can't believe I go for another 40 minutes from here.
Really?
Really? Really?
Really?
That's a reference to the end of the Sarah Boone interview, where they're just done with her. And she's like, so we're done? Yeah, you're done. Really? Really? Yeah.
Really?
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 Or really?
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 Okay.
A to B makes a prediction in the chat here of the original video. One day, Dan will have thousands of followers, and this little group will be the OGs. Thank you for your faith. 100% right hand to God. I'm trying.
Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No. Oh!
I can't make it work. Can't make it work. Fine. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Boom, the picture pops up. It's like the forces were really fucking with me this night.
Okay. That's what I was looking for. Let's just shrink that. Okay. Oh.
You know what that Bing is? I think that is my my special guest. There's one more guest to come.
So you know what that Bing is? That is our surprise guest.
Boom. Called it.
Who is home and willing to join the stream. But we're so fucked up. I don't know. Let me just see if that window's even open. Derek is frozen.
A little hint, if you don't already know who the guest is, this is the guest that had me on for the first time as her first guest. I appeared audio only, And at that point, I didn't think I'd ever be doing face video. I just, it was that Third Rail had just come out, and I'd gotten into the comments of another creator kind of saying, you know, why are we just covering this like it's government? You know, shouldn't we vet it? And by we, I'm like, you know, I've been creating for, 3 weeks at that point. But I'm like, hey, I've only been creating for 3 weeks, and I think we should vet this. Anyway, this creator saw that and said, hey, why don't you come on my show and talk about some of your concerns? And I was very grateful for it, and said that if I ever get myself up to where I can have guests on, I would love to have you as one of my first guests.
Okay, let's refresh that video. Leave it.
Oh, I've got someone in my other headset. What was that?
Now, I'll tell you about this little monster loop that I made. Some of them I asked for specific monsters.
Okay, that's a completely new sound. That, I don't know why that's happening. It sounds wild in my headset, but okay, let's it is because somebody's joined, but yeah, I don't know. Let's just all deal with it together.
Other ones I just said,
oh, I know why.
Oh, this one's kind of good because I asked for a Jason and then I asked for a Jason.
I know why. Because at this point, I am live streaming through my MacBook that I've had for 3 weeks, and I'm just using the ambient microphone. So when I'm trying to play audio, it's both rebroadcasting the audio that it's playing. So I'm trying to have a conversation both with Derek and now my new special guest, and I'm rebroadcasting everything through an echo.
With a Sarah haircut. It's kind of cool.
This is really hard to listen to with a headset, so anyone else that's listening with earphones, I'm with you.
My God. Classified crime is in the chat.
Special guest is here. Classified crime is in the chat.
Classified, it's been a rough one. We've I used to be able to tell, like, when my mom was upset, if she'd, like, hand on head, if it's on the forehead, like, okay, we're in a little bit of trouble. The hand was all the way back here. It's like, things, what did you do? And look at my brother, like, I don't know what you did to make mom so mad, but she's got her hand on head. It's a bit of a pompadour I got going. Anyway. Okay, so, oh, whoa. Whoa, the volume just fucking...
Yeah.
The volume is back. I have to turn down the volume now.
Volume is back, baby.
Holy. I didn't even touch the volume. How is the volume working from importing a media file? Oh, this is so weird. I promise we're going to be better. I think it's Friday the 13th. I think I got snookered. I can't believe how loud I am now. The volume is really great. That's weird. I import a file that has no sound, and that fixed my sound. All right, well, let's just go with it because it's better than having something go worse.
And I wouldn't say it's fixed. It doesn't, the way it sounds to me doesn't sound fixed. I suppose if you're listening through a mono speaker, it might not sound terrible. But yeah, fixed is a bit of a stretch. It's louder.
Classified, if you want to try joining in the link, I'll see if I can add you to the stream, but I don't just get blocked. No. I don't know. Okay. Well, if the sound is good, the sound is good. I think the sound is even too loud. I think I have to turn off my boost.
So I've done some adjustments as well to try and make it better for you. I'm listening to it a little bit more raw myself. The sound is not good.
We'll take off the 3 decibels.
Who lives in a pineapple
Now
under
my
the sea?
sound is still
SpongeBob
loud. Am I
SquarePants.
sounding rich? Yeah. What the fuck happened? That doesn't make any sense at all. Take down my output gain. Back to the 7 that we were happy with. All right. Wow. Okay. For those of you who have been paying attention, the king of the story is named King L-Y.
Okay, well, if the sound's working, I'll just launch right back without even, like... Okay, we're going to move back to a reading of the book. Nope, just go with it. Lock it in while it works.
C-A-O-N. Lycaon. And he was turned into a wolf. Thus, we have discovered the etymology of the term lycanthrope, which I discovered about 1 sentence before. All right.
Okay, all the way back when I discovered what lycanthrope meant, we stopped, and apparently the next paragraph was the explanation of what I figure out in my head. That was a long road to get there. Where does this road travel next? Hi, cat. All right, come on up.
Oh, I'm
Or do you just want a
Jerry
snack?
Adams is talking about making poached eggs. What are we talking about? Poached.
I missed the poached egg conversation. I do like poached eggs, though. IHOP, it used to be a thing. Like you could order your eggs anyway, but if you got them poached, it came with toast. If you didn't get them poached, if you just got them like over easy, then you had to order toast extra. But I guess if you got them poached, it was just poached on toast. So, a tip. I don't know if they still do that, but if you like getting free toast with your eggs, get them poached on toast.
Eggs are a delicious way to get eggs. Total side. If you're ever at an IHOP.
Oh my God, I'm going to tell the same story. Okay. This is what happens to you when you get old. You have stories that you tell, and, when you meet new people, you tell the story again like it's the first time you ever told it, and you get better at telling it the more often you tell the story. See how I told the story 4 months ago.
And you want eggs and toast? If you order them poached, they'll give you toast. If you order them any other way, like over easy, you have to order the toast separately.
Oh my God. Okay. So over easy, that's in the script.
But for whatever reason, poached on toast is a way you can order eggs at IHOP without paying extra for the toast. Okay, Meow Garita, thanks for sticking around.
Okay. So no, I did a closing joke this time. That time I just closed it with the advice.
Until the volume improved, I appreciate you adding your good...
Consistency is important, Punchable Babyface. If it turned out, I gave the one story and then the other one, I'm like, don't even, you can get free toast. You just have to sneak into the back and take a couple. If I told a completely different story, it would ruin my credibility on both stories.
Good luck to our setup. Fuck me. Why is it going so bad? Setup. Me, why is it going so bad? We'll react to the Sarah Boone stuff in the future. We're not going to take that away. Oh,
That's a new sound.
oh.
I bet I could run that through a filter and make it sound like a Wookiee.
I'm going to take that away. Oh. Got about 6 more. Oh.
Oh yeah, layer that and
Got about 6 more pages. No, 8 more pages on Werewolf. We'll read that. And if things work out, maybe I'll even play... I know what video... Well, we'll play a video while Cowboy's here.
Cole Porter, eh? I'm poached egg without a piece of toast. Yorkshire pudding without a pig to roast. You like a Yorkie. Delicious.
Sorry, I just need to take like a mental break every 12 seconds because of the way things are going.
Well, that's not bad. Just 12 seconds, 2 seconds to recover. Boom. Look at that wave I got going too. Look at that. Natural, baby.
In the late 1200s AD, in Nordic mythology, a father and son, the Volsungs, found wolf pelts.
I think I might. There's a great point from Amy Zeitgeist. You need this on your soundboard. I think this video. I don't have a soundboard right now. Right now, my soundboard is. Yeah, that's my soundboard. But I should make one. I should make a little, and then this video has all the sounds I need.
Somebody just joined. I can hear someone in the background.
Somebody just joined. Somebody.
Somebody just joined. I can hear someone in the background. That could be a special guest. Special guest, can you hear me?
It almost sounds like I've got Michael Myers as a special guest. Special guest, can you hear me? Special guest, are you right behind me with a machete?
I think there's a special guest joining. They're breathing.
That's very unsettling.
Okay, I'm going to mute that audio, or at least turn it down. I think we might have a special guest joining the feed. I don't know what I could do about it, but I think it's happening, so that's cool. Let's talk about the Volsungs who found these wolf pelts. They transformed themselves into wolves for 10 days and then went on a killing spree. These myths and legends helped inspire the idea of men turning in.
I just go into reading again? Oh, somebody's joined. Oh, well, I'll just let them continue breathing. Here, let me read to you from this book. I would get killed so easily in a horror movie.
To werewolves.
I'd be the second person killed. They always kill the fornicators first, but I'd be the second one killed. The fornicators would get killed, and they'd be like, there's a killer on the loose. And, okay, well, I've got my podcast to do. And then I'm sitting up there with the murderer just standing behind me, like Derek, for 20 minutes, unblinking. Blah, 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 blah. Nobody in the stream telling me the murderer's behind me. Oh, I thought it was a prop. You always do those really good things in the background.
However, we are still far from the werewolf we know today. As we learned in the last section, contextualization in criminology is everything. The idea of people transforming themselves into other people, animals, or objects is an idea as old as humans.
I had one of those little cans. Does anyone else remember the cans? You'd turn them over and it would just use like the air and turn it back over. You could have like there wasn't all the noises. You wouldn't get like pig noises and stuff. It was mainly groaning animals, but
Nevertheless, we have limited knowledge of why people commit violent crimes.
Nevertheless.
Yes, even today, we still attempt to contextualize human behavior, yet instead of myths, folklore, and fairy tales, we use criminological theories, psychology, and medicine. To some, this may be a distinction without a difference.
A to B in the original chat speculates, is your special guest Darth Vader?
However, it does lead one to wonder what readers will think of this book's contextualization in the next 1 to 5 centuries as our understanding grows and the morals and values of society evolve. So why did humans decide on the wolf as the familiar to a deranged killer? As with many aspects of ancient life, the moon's phases were thought to largely control human behavior. Even today, those who have worked in law enforcement as first responders, correctional officers, or healthcare workers believe that a full moon brings out the crazies. It is easy for people who do not work nights or in the above listed occupations to laugh off the full moon connection.
Waffle House, I think, is exclusively an American thing. I know one thing that we have that's unique is our De Dutch Pannenkoek house. Do de Dutch.
Those who have served in such capacity.
And a pannenkoek is very close to a pancake and also close to a crepe, but neither. A lot more loaded up like a crepe. It would powdered sugar, big on the powdered sugar. Stroop. Oh, if you like stroop, there's a rolling R I'm not able to do with my mouth right now. Stroop, 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 stroop. That's tough. And then it's got like the umlauts over the O's. Stroop. But you have it with your pannenkoek, and it's delicious. It's really, there's a whole variety of different toppings. As much variety as you'd have with crepes. Pancakes, I think it's, limited to, a little bit of fruit, whipped cream, and syrup. But yeah, a little bit more variety. You can get a savory pannenkoek.
Capacities tend to watch the moon's phases more carefully and cautiously than farmers and astronomers, but significantly less than astrologists or your average Wiccan. Whether because of its use in horror movies, ghost stories, and personal biases.
We got a few Dutch in the chat. Welcome. The
theory behind lunar influence on abnormal behavior has been subjected to extensive scientific study, with most finding no statistically significant rises in criminality. I can hear someone there's someone in the room typing. I think we have a guest coming.
That's really weird that I can hear. I'm not like me of the past here. I don't have headphones on. So I should be a little bit more alarmed by the fact that I can hear somebody else in the room typing.
To take the link and bring...
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can everyone hear who the guest is? Can you hear me?
So classified crime audio sounds perfect. Unfortunately, it's not connected to my audio, but hey, that's a win, right?
Oh, I can hear you. Oh, let's share. Okay.
Look at the brow. Look at the lines over the nose there. Those are starting to become permanent creases as I try and navigate my way through being a streamer.
Download it.
You can still see I have like my happy creases, that I'm a smiley, generally good-natured guy, but you can see the little confusion brow is starting to become a feature.
Doing it live.
We're doing it live.
Baby.
Bill O'Reilly time. Cowboy Criminology in the chat says the movie Scream is based on the serial killer Danny Rollins. I think we were going to chat about that because I had my ghost-faced killer mask, and when we originally conceived this episode, that was going to be a really cool... Hey, I'll say, let's get ready to ramble with the mask on, and then I'll cut to you, and then we'll talk about the origin of Scream into your book. Oh, well, didn't happen. Good idea.
Oh, okay.
Hey, crazy cat lady.
That might have been how I ended up in trouble before. Okay. I just allowed my microphone to talk to my guest.
That changed the audio level, so now I'm going to go and put right now I've got the audio on about a 50% reduction. That's how bad things were. We're going to go to unfiltered audio and, warning, audio change impending. I don't think it's going to get loud, though.
I don't.
Hi.
Hello. Can everyone in the room hear this? I don't know if they can.
I don't either. It paused my chat, so.
Okay.
Pause the chat.
I see a yes from A to B.
In the video. Okay.
Okay, so things are happening.
Hi, everybody.
A to B.
It's not Corey.
A to B has some guesses. Is the special guest Sarah? Is it Lori? Is it Corey? With a K? She's changing her name from Kitty to Corey. Now driving a white Chrysler LeBaron.
It's not Sarah.
Oh, God, no.
I don't even know what Corey sounds like. I guess we're not going to find out from watching the trial. But
Right. So the contemporary knowledge at this time is this would have been right after Corey's defense let us know that she won't be testifying.
She sounds like a scowl.
yeah.
This audio's loud and clear, but also could be because that she comes in without video. Regardless. Oh, but Cupcakes and Cameos is saying audio is super low again. But I don't think it's super low. I think it's super normal now that I've got it filtered. But we'll see.
Well, I guess, I do. I heard her when she was talking to the medical examiner. What is this fentanyl? And what is the acetaminophen? Oh.
Wow.
Such a bad actor. Okay, so I have a photo for you. Because what happened?
Okay, I sent a file, but it didn't let me change my profile on my end.
Okay, well, I can at least hear you. And I think that you're showing up in the chat. So let's see if I add an image.
Welcome, Addie. Good to see you. We're having a good time.
On who you are.
Addie, I don't know if you got to see this originally. I haven't seen your name in the chat of the chat we're watching. What this is the worst live stream that I produced ever. And that said, there's a lot of funny parts. But it's funny in the same way that you like laughing at a bad movie. Funny to watch as a group, funny to, stop. Oh my God, here comes another part that's, oh geez. We've been listening to tripled up audio. We've been listening to no audio. We've been listening to way too much audio. Every possible problem that could plague a live stream. This is a case study.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my recent.
But if you've just joined, this is Classified Crime joining me as a guest on my first live stream with guests.
Here we go. There we go. And that's not the final composition, but that's a sneak peek.
I love the Friday the 13th background.
Aw, that's a Snoopy picture. The big Snoopy picture, but that's an AI Snoopy.
We're catching up.
One or two things are working today. All right. I have.
Michaela just figured it out. Sarah was in special education, so maybe she was just the best. Valedictorian of the short bus class.
Snoopy on the phone, which means I have Classy in the chat. Welcome to the chat,
Hi,
Classy.
everybody.
That's a special.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it. If anyone knows the history of my channel, my first guest appearance was on Classified Crimes channel. So returning the favor, very glad to have you on with me. I wish we could have had our shit together a little better, but in any case, this is a special moment for the 15 people who are here.
Well, I'm honored that you invited me and you worked around my weird schedule, being over here on the opposite coast of you and my work schedule. So thank you for being patient with me to get here.
No a problem. Now, I've had, well, it's been no problem, all problems. We've been trying, so I'm new to using Stream.
Okay, so I've just reduced my volume slightly. That's a good screenshot for me. That makes sense. That's yep. Make it better. In the original chat, there's complaints that it's too quiet, but I don't see that I can go much quieter or much louder than this. I've got some reductions on it because I'm seeing red bars like things are being maxed out. So it could be that YouTube boosted the audio of the quiet video and now I'm, rejigging it or whatever. But the original live stream may have been worse than the final produced video.
Software. We were messing around this afternoon and things kind of worked out. And then when I came back, everything didn't work. And Derek and I have had nothing but difficulties. I'm going to try and do a screen share of, I don't know, one of the Sarah videos that we were going to watch today and see if let's see if it joins. We'll see that one.
Addie is me asks a good question. Says, it's okay not to re-show these, but I admire your guts. Snoopy's great. Why didn't you show your little one? So I think at this point, I might have only done 2 or 3 streams. And Lola was just starting to get known because she was just starting to sleep on the bed behind me during the streams. But I don't think I was that comfortable. If this was March 13th, I couldn't have had my laptop for more than 3 weeks. I think I was more comfortable streaming from just using my phone and a tripod. And that might have been how I did the original streams and, had the dog up and stuff. At this point, it's all I can do to just keep the stream running. I'm trying to spin plates and keep them going in the background while I'm chatting with guests and, really almost in awe of the fact that I've got a classified crime channel that, I started watching, saw her crossing to 1,000 subscribers just as I was starting. And now she wants to be on my show to talk about Sarah Boone stuff. So, I'm a bit starstruck. I've got Cowboy Criminology who I'd built a good relationship with, and I'm like, oh crap, this is all going downhill in one video. So yeah, I was super stressed, but I knew at the time, don't delete the video. There's going to be stuff that you can learn from it, and best case scenario, you can have a good time remembering. Oh, remember when? And tonight seemed like as good a night as any for that.
Because I think, Derek's still here in the chat, so he can at least react to the video. I can see it. You can see this?
Mm-hmm. Place into evidence. It's about an hour or so. Now, I know I got a note this morning. We can't stay past 5:30. So the question I
that's Judge Kranick, but I don't see any video on screen to go with Judge Kranick.
For y'all is, are you okay with
from the video?
That volume's okay?
I don't hear it.
Oh.
I can
That's not good then.
hear you.
Okay, I just played the video for a few seconds, but I don't know that worked then. So you can just see it. Okay. Okay. Then
staying until 5:30, or do you want to go ahead and call it an evening at this point?
19, 12, 26.
Yeah, so this isn't going to work. And the reason we wanted to see these, and we still will do it, but Derek hasn't seen any of the trial footage. So with him going to law school, I think that it would be great to watch a lot of the trial footage for the first time with him for our own enjoyment, because rewatching it, you pick up so much more. But have him to lean on for some legal questions, I think would be fun. But I was really looking forward to the three of us all kind of just shooting the shit. And
now, don't worry, I'm not giving up on it yet. There's still 25 more minutes of me pushing through on this. I'm really shocked. I thought this was a 40-minute stream tops. It shows kind of good. Like, you know, when something goes poorly for me, I try and just, okay, went bad. I'm not going to stress over it. Just going to work on the next thing. And I really just forgot about this for as much as I possibly could.
We could share our intimate knowledge of the case. Derek could share his extreme dissatisfaction with Sarah. Oh. Hold on. A to B was able to hear the video.
Okay.
But it's funny. I'm processing the knowledge. Oh, hold on. A to B can hear the video. And good for Classy. Like, okay. I don't know what you're going to do with that. Like, we just going to play the video for A to B then? You know, good for A to B, but not so great for anyone that can't hear it, like my guests.
That's no good. Like, we can't react to it. If I'm the only one who can hear it, then that's no able to hear the video.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see, like, it goes from, like, a celebratory, and my face right now, it's processing, like, that doesn't help us.
Oh. Hold on. A to B was able to hear the video.
Okay.
But that's no good. Like, we can't react to it. If I'm the only one who can hear it, then the video volume is fine, louder than you or Classy. Yeah, because that's coming in straight.
So that's something I have learned how to balance now, and you probably notice it in the videos that I do now on the Sarah Boone Court Watches. I learned a lot doing the Betty Broderick trial, because that one I was doing it every day, which made it a lot easier to not forget the lessons that I'd learned from week to week like I do now.
Okay.
So maybe I just can't hear it in the platform.
Yeah. So, and that's kind of the problem that me and Derek were having, is how do we have it so that we can hear each other to talk back and forth, yet still hear the videos?
I know with my software, you have to select show on screen for it to be audible to anyone.
Show on.
But I don't know I haven't used this before.
Yeah. I made the mistake of bragging about how easy it was to use, and it's been hard ever since. My first few streams kind of went surprisingly well, but yeah. Okay, so I've got a note that says, this is your screen share, it's not a performer. That doesn't help anything, though. Meeting scene, nope. Audio settings. No.
When you were playing it, did you hear it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, loud and clear.
Well, then it might just be on my end.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, let me play.
You know what? That, oh, yeah. And it was pointed out a couple of times when I was on Classified Crimes video. I had a bit of a Brian thing going. And if you think of when Brian is asked, like, so they've had problems before? Oh, yeah.
When you were playing it, did you hear it?
Oh, yeah.
So was your ex-wife a bit of a drinker?
When you were playing it, did you hear it?
Was your ex-wife a bit of a drinker?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bit of a Brian. A little quicker, but some similarities there.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Well, then it might just be on my end.
Okay, well.
Yeah, you know what, Dan? I'm just going to need you to come in on Saturday and stream. And we lost some people, so if you could go ahead and come in on Sunday, that'd be great. All right, thanks, Peter.
Play. So this is the part of the, this is day 5, and it was when the prosecution was rebutting the defense case by showing all of Sarah's cell phone videos. So,
did she used to get violent? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She'd come at me with her claws.
This will be the first time Derek has seen any of the other self-snitching besides the suitcase video.
So we're going to do a reaction video where we can't see the video. And one of the reactors can't hear it.
Fuck you.
No, we're not watching the suitcase video. That's what I decided to open with? Holy fuck. Let's just go to... Jesus Christ, Dan. 0 to 100. Okay, it's not the suitcase video.
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled.
Crumbled? Nobody thinks crumpled is a good word.
The word you're using is crumpled. Alright, so this. My mind. Sheesh, you have to put it off of my face, dude. I know you're bumming me, but you have to put it off. What the fuck is that?
If you've just joined us, this is an underappreciated genre of reaction video where we don't show you the video. You just get to see the reactions of one of the two people who are watching it, and possibly only one of the two people can hear it as well. So this didn't really catch on, but you start off in streaming, you try new things, you see what picks up. Nobody seemed interested in the reaction videos without the reaction video.
Bum rush.
Yeah, you bum rush.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway.
What was the choice?
So the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas. A to B in the chat is saying these videos are heartbreaking. A to B in the original chat doesn't tell me that they can't see the video. I guess because we all know it well enough. Like, oh, I know what video that is. That's, video 3 of the rebuttal. But thank you, A to B, for just playing along originally.
Twat.
Twat.
I like twat.
I like
I'm
twat.
trying to get twat from this woman.
Oh, poor George. Poor George. Okay, but that's not working. There's no video. There's no... Oh, my God.
Settle down, Dan. Settle down.
Well, we may just need to do another, behind the scenes session and get all these kinks worked out before we do the next one.
I think
And
so.
part of that's my fault. I had such a tight schedule with work that I couldn't
There was
troubleshoot.
I was almost praying that you were too busy to come in tonight because of the problems we were having before you got in. I'm like, oh, well.
Michaela asked a good question. Did Derek live in a hole? How do you not watch the trial? Oh, that's a perfect screenshot for me, too. We'll leave it there for a second. I don't think he was living in a hole. He lives in Texas. And I think he was just starting his YouTube channel at that point. And the Sarah Boone videos he recorded in September of 2024. And I think that's partially why his channel got overlooked. Because his mom, who is a fan of the case, and it's like, you got to follow this. I know you got the YouTube channel. Why don't you? If you do that, people will watch, son. Oh, Mom, I got my own thing. And eventually he listens to his mom. He puts it out and they end up becoming his most popular videos. But he's putting out those videos in September of 2024. Well, what's happening in September of 2024? That's when Pro Se Sarah is becoming James Owens Sarah. That's when Tanika is putting out videos about tablet messages and mysterious documentarians. That's when Caricatures is having live chats with the jury selection process and, daily motions. And every day at 6 a.m. on the West Coast, you can wake up and chat with other people who are following the case. So all of that is happening at the same time that he just does a couple reaction videos to her body cams and the interrogation video. But it's totally outside the loop of the other Sarah Boone creators, so none of us noticed it. I only noticed it because I was starting my new channel and I started doing some deep dives, like really scrolling deep on a Sarah Boone search to try and find stuff that people hadn't seen before. And I came across his videos, with a couple thousand views. They were doing good for his channel. But at the same time, his channel just had, I think, 555. I think it was something close like that. Like, might have been 555. Whatever it was. He had over 500, but he'd kind of settled down, hadn't done a video in a year. So I started reacting to his reaction videos. And that got him like this, 100 subscribers during the Super Bowl. And he was joking that I think they must have run an ad for my channel during the Super Bowl. I'm getting subscribers. What the hell's going on? And what it was us after the fact looking for fresh content. It's been a year since the trial. All of a sudden, I'm doing content, reviewing his content. Well, that's fresh because all of us, the only other fresh content was the phone calls. And realistically, that wasn't fresh. That was warmed over stuff that had been edited and recut and, fresh to us, but realistically old news that had been repackaged like in yesterday's fish wrap.
But thank God, at least she's too busy and she didn't have to be part of this.
No, I wouldn't miss it.
Yeah, it's not going the way it should. Can't play that. All right, do you just want to...
I love how the dog is looking just as intently as Derek during the 20 minutes I had him up on the screen. You still with me, Snoopy? Oh, yeah. No, I can hear you. What are we going to do, Snoop? Your show, Dan. You take it away.
Sit in for a little bit more of the reading of Werewolves from Derek's book, and if you have anything to ask, by all means, just pipe up. And Cowboy is...
And what's the title of this book, since I'm coming in late?
Yeah, the book is Monsters Have Always Walked Among Us. It is, the subtitle is Vampires, Werewolves, Zombies, and Witches. How Serial Killers Helped Create the Monsters We Fear. So the book ties together...
That is a great title.
Yeah. And it ties together the mythology that we have around, monsters.
Hey, bedtime lullabies. Good to see you.
Killer to, vampires and werewolves.
Going to give a welcome to bedtime lullabies, sporting that LWAP badge. That means they've been a member as long as you could possibly be a member, because I'm just coming into 6 months of memberships working. Bedtime lullabies. This is a stream from just under 6 months ago. I'd unlocked memberships and Barry Adams came in, made it rain. And I had a shitstorm. Barry Adams made it rain with memberships and I made a little shitstorm of a live stream. But in hindsight, there's elements. There's bits and pieces. You can see how we became everything that is today. But also how willing I am to learn and how much you can look forward to, because today we may be looking back on this stream laughing like, oh my God, I thought I had it all together then. You can still hear the creaks in the floor from Mama Lola walking in those days. Ha ha ha.
These fantastical creatures, but how all of that is based off of reality that, might have been too hard to understand.
Oh, and so the reason we're watching this bedtime lullabies is it's just finally I'm able to deal with the pain of the failed live stream, and now I'm able to approach it with that fresh ha ha ha. Isn't this fun? 2020 hindsight that Yeah, that makes you appreciate the journey, makes you appreciate where you've come from, and look at how young and carefree I was before covering Sarah every day, every waking hour.
In the time that in the time that it happened. So if you're trying to explain, that you saw this monstrous creature feasting on human flesh, maybe your mind does those mental tricks where you're imagining it more grotesque, more subhuman than the reality of it might have just been, a human eating flesh out of hunger or, out of, well, whatever the reason was 2,000 years ago. But they became the basis of our myths that feel real today. In fact, even more frightening than their real killers. So the book's quite fascinating in how it gets into all of these different fantastical monsters, but what the real life inspiration for those types of monsters were. And I hope I've done it justice, Derek. Derek is Cowboy Criminology in the chat if you're looking for Derek in their classes.
Thank you, bedtime.
Yeah, so we were just reading the passage about, we're talking about werewolves. This is chapter 10 of the book.
And just for reference, there looks like there's about 15 minutes that I give this stream before I'm like, okay, we've done just enough that I can actually call it a stream. And, we're not going to trudge on any further, and I'm not going to keep you any longer. I'm going to keep you guys a little longer, but this stream, there's only about 15 more minutes of it. So if you're waiting for the next thing, I have to figure out what that is, but I'll figure it out in the next 15 minutes.
A lot of it was the background explaining the myths that we associate with vampire or with werewolves.
What I'll go back to is the live stream where I cut my hair and wore a shirt and tie to look like Scott Lowen. That as long as we're going into the past.
Now he's starting to get into the reality of where that inspiration came from. And part of it was talking about how hospital workers, first responders, healthcare, law enforcement look at a full moon like, oh boy, could be busy tonight. And there's a reality to it, even though it's not an astrological based thing, but it is still something like if you work in the industry, it's a real thing to be concerned about. Like, do we have extra staff tonight? Anyway, so getting back to the reading. All right. And the last sentence in the previous paragraph was that there was no statistically significant rises in criminality based off of the full moon. However, a correlation exists that is undoubtedly worth exploring. Thanker hypothesized that criminal behavior increased during a full moon because of the moon's gravitation effect on humans, which he called human tidal waves. This is like living in a windy area where the air becomes laden with positively charged ions, which is not a plus, as they can adversely affect our mental and emotional well-being, making days seem longer and negatively impacting our moods.
Beware the negative ions.
People have associated abnormal behavior with the phases of the moon. I'm just noticing that the mic is quieter again now than it was when I brought up.
Okay, if I'm making adjustments.
Okay. I'm just looking at my
I'm
green
not in the YouTube chat, I'm in the platforms.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking in my is it the streaming software? Yeah. But I'm not hitting the yellows or reds anymore. I'm just in the greens. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's good. People have often associated abnormal behavior with the phases of the moon. For example, the word lunatic was first used by St. Jerome while writing the Vulgate Bible in the 4th.
Now that's kind of interesting. I'm interested in that again. The word lunatic derived from the moon, which makes sense the minute you think of it. Luna But yeah, lunatic, moon crazy.
Century, the Vulgate Bible. So it's a Bible of vulgarities. It's something I need on my bookshelf.
Yes, that's a good reminder to self too. A Bible of vulgarities. Like that sounds like an awesome Christmas present. Christmas season's coming. What do you get for the person who has anything, everything? Bible of vulgarity. What's it called?
It's a Bible of vulgarities. It's a Vulgate Bible. Writing the Vulgate Bible in the 4th century. The Vulgate Bible. So it's a Bible of vulgarities. It's something I need on my bookshelf.
But 4th century vulgarities. I'll give you a good Gomorrah if you don't get off my lawn.
The Latin word was lunaticus, meaning moonstruck. Although, according to Nassau, St. Jerome described epilepsy and not
Michaela, that is neither Penny, the blind dog, or Tess, who is deaf, and becomes Teff whenever Sarah says, well, Teff is deaf, even though her name is Tess. Suddenly it becomes Teff is deaf. Anyway, this is Snoopy. Snoopy is classified crime dog and partner. Classified crime is a Sarah Boone Receipts channel, similar to Tanika, little less on the on-screen community, a little bit more on the receipts and details. I haven't seen as much from Classified Crime lately, but I still keep in touch and look forward to working with her again on future projects should time come available.
abhorrent criminal behavior. So lunatics were epileptics in the day. Purpura found that the increase in criminal activity...
And that's another interesting thing. So, epilepsy, we understand now. It's like, you can get medicine for that. There's different things that you can do to help control the condition, manage it. But when you don't know any better and you just all of a sudden a person who's normal goes into convulsions and shaking, must be possessed by the spirits. It just shows how ignorance can lead to the creation of monsters in the storytelling of humanity.
Had more to do with the ambient light available, making it easier for criminals to be discreet. It could be argued that this would benefit criminals. However, one should not dismiss that people would also tend to be...
Bedtime Lullabies has sent 5 D&D True Crime gift memberships. They have been received by Meow Garita, Legal Fiction, Satori Histu, Jackie Porter, and Eel828. Each of you have been gifted memberships to D&D True Crime, courtesy of Bedtime Lullabies. Thank you very much.
Or observant during a full moon, which makes sense. So crime happens at night because it's easier to hide, but a full moon actually makes it harder to hide, so it should reduce crime. We are drawing closer to understanding werewolves, including psychological, pharmacological, and medical factors. Many are familiar with the cinematic and literary tropes of...
Addie is right. Addie is me is correct. She writes, Classified Crime got an interview during waiting for sentencing. I think it's an old high school classmate of Sarah's. It was interesting. I do remember that. Wasn't a whole lot, like, wasn't like she dished the dirt or, told a whole bunch of really gossipy stories, and kind of led to the that enigmatic quality of how does this, seemingly nice girl on Nickelodeon, you had to go through the vetting process to at least get on TV. How do you turn from hanging out at the mall, just hanging with boys, spending your own money, to becoming a suitcase killer and drinking 2 magnums of wine and a half, like, in an afternoon?
Romani, placing curses on people and turning them into werewolves. However, any appearance of Romani curses seems to be an extension of the werewolf legend used to ostracize the Romani people further. It should be noted that humans generally have a notorious lack of tolerance for those with different beliefs.
Meowgarita brings up a creator named Slothcat. If you like the way that I do animations for Sarah Boone and you're interested in the Lorenography, I very much would recommend Slothcat. It does different stuff than me, but it's if you like what I do, I think there's I can see Slothcat being the type of creator that's like, okay, I like these in my shorts feeds too. I don't even understand where they're going with some of them, but they're just funny, they're short, they're cute. So check out Slothcat.
Or physical abnormalities. Historically, this behavior has spurned actions like the Spanish Inquisition, the Salem witch trials, the Holocaust, and countless other genocides throughout history. If the reader takes nothing else away from this book, let it be that you can learn from history and prevent these travesties from occurring again.
Meowgarita lets us in on the vetting process at Nickelodeon. It was being picked from a line that was an audience for a Universal Studios production. Just pick the people we want from that line. Hey, you don't want to wait over there? We could use you over here.
Or that you will repeat them, because even if you recognize the behavior, you chose not to stand up and do what was right. It is your choice. Some people would argue that werewolves and Lycans are two distinct species, but this seems to be merely a fantastical distinction based off nothing more than fandom favoring a particular definition provided to a reader by a given author. Psychologically speaking, the term for a person believing they're a werewolf is lycanthropy. This is significantly different from a person who dresses as a wolf for fetishistic sex play. That is
a furry.
And a different book altogether. As Judge Cranick would say, a whole different kitty.
And then again, a kitty would be a whole different furry.
The National Institute of Health notes that lycanthropy could be diagnosed as a cultural disorder. I ask the reader's forgiveness and the mental health practitioner's patience as I make a...
Meowgarita says, Dan, I love the book readings, to be honest. I'm going to be getting back to that. Now that I think that I've got my audio set up to a place where I'm comfortable if nobody's walking upstairs, I think I'm going to return to my Robinson Crusoe readings. Probably not live, or if I do them live, it's not going to be live for an audience as much as I just go live and read it. And, if there's an audience or there isn't, it's still going to be the exact same read. Just so that I can... That said, I keep saying that. The two that I did, I think I did 3 chapters? 2 or 3. It was very hard for me not to react as I'm going, just like these videos. So, best laid plans of mice and men. They aren't straight reads. I end up commenting, which means go ahead and join if you see a live stream for Dan D reads. But I might be doing more of that again soon. I also have Tale of Two Cities as the next book in the series of public domain reads that I'll be reading. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Relatively informal diagnosis. Based off the definition of clinical lycanthropy by the National Library of Medicine, clinical lycanthropy is a psychiatric syndrome.
You guys are all saying that I read well, and I feel like I'm listening to this and just hearing nothing but like stumbles and troubles and stuff. Some of it is, it's complicated vocabulary because it's specialized towards monsters, and I haven't done a lot of monster reading since my Dungeons and Dragons days of my 12th year.
Within which the patient has the delusional belief of turning into a wolf. My argument is that lycanthropy would be better understood and treated under Delusional Disorders 2971 of the DSM-5, and could include somatic type when the central theme of the delusion involves bodily functions or sensations. Remembering that lycanthropy is when someone believes they are turning themselves into a werewolf.
Thank you, ADB.
With the qualifying conditions of schizophrenia being at least 2 of 5 main symptoms. Those symptoms explained are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized or incoherent speaking, disorganized or unusual movements, and the negative symptoms.
Oh,
The Cleveland Clinic also notes that the symptoms...
That's another series that I've been considering. Maybe we'll do one of those tonight. If you guys want to... Yeah, no, we'll close the stream with one of those. It's a very experimental feature. I call it, well, ASMR. Those initials already exist, but, you can make initials stand for anything. Then they become an acronym, right? So ASMR, alternate Sarah, mood relaxer. Maybe ambient Sarah? No. Acceptable Sarah, mood relaxer. Whatever it is, I'm going to read her letter, or one of her unhinged crazy letters, but in a very soft National Public Radio voice that will allow you to sleep and kind of not get fractious, because who needs that? So we'll try that. We'll close the stream with a little acceptable Sarah mood relaxer ASMR.
must last between 1 and 6 months and cause significant social or occupational...
Yes, I could do Penny Dreadful readings. That's true. It's basically anything that's from 1927 or earlier is almost completely safe. And then there's a huge chunk of things between 1927 and 1950-ish that are mostly safe. If they didn't get renewed by 1950, they're also part of copyright or part of public domain. But then almost everything after 1950, there's some weird recycling copyright. So even after 100 years, like the family can have it or something like that. So we're kind of screwed for everything after that. Winnie the Pooh, there's one. I could do that.
Dysfunction. While mental health professionals may have their reasons for this classification, criminologists like to take the direct route, and we do not charge $150 an hour for the privilege. All right.
10 minutes left in the stream from hell.
It got quieter when Classy joined. So there's something to do. There's a correlation between my streaming software and my my guesting software. That's worth... Okay. I'm going to make... Sorry, excuse me for a second while I make a note. Stream...
We have to do a process of elimination.
Exactly. Versus Video Ninja. Because, yeah, I'm not married to Video Ninja. Maybe I need to just find a better way of getting my guests together offline. So I am pretty happy with the... So Prism Live Studio is an app. I think it's designed for Mac, but also works on Windows. Been really user-friendly. Like, there's a studio mode that lets you put together your...
Okay, I'm going to give myself some credit here. To have a stream like this and then say, Prism's really good to use and it's excellent. And, this guy, you got to appreciate the way that he just goes through. Doesn't complain about his tools. He's not a workman that's going to say, F this streaming software. No, streaming software is good. You need it to learn.
Scene in one window and then set it to go live in the active window. You can also do dual output streaming. So if you want to have a vertical stream and a horizontal stream, you can't have studio mode for that. But yeah, it's kind of nice that that's in there. It's got a bunch of...
Good question. Amy Zeitgeist says, what are your thoughts on a future Friday morning series? So what Friday mornings... There has been... I used to do just Friday morning coffees with Dan D. And it can be a fine and dandy Friday with Dan D. Initially, it was just a 1 or 2 hour, hey, just, having coffee. No big whoop. One of the best ones, we did personality test for Sarah. Only took about 2.5 hours. Had a good time. I don't know how this became a, 8 or 9 hour live stream thing. That's not so bad either, though. In that note, if we're going to stay with that, we could go with the Kevin Lichwick trial. Lichwick, I think. He's an unhinged pro se defendant. There's 4 videos for his trial. They're each, about 8 hours long. I'd probably split them into 4 hours and then take 6.5 hours to watch 4 hours. So there's that. What else are we looking at? Daniel Siobhan has talked about possibly doing a rewatch of the family law case. A little tougher there because it's the Zoom video, but there's some great, the Brian stuff is fantastic. I think Brian's testimony in the family law case it's priceless. He's so deadpan. He's comfortable with where he is and where his life is going at that point. Why don't you read the tablet messages? Because I don't care. Why don't you care? Because I don't. Have you seen the videos? Oh yeah, I saw the videos.
You can like draw on the screen. Let me get out of studio mode here. There's like, oh no, that's not a drawing. That's the drawing mode. So I can like do all that and hopefully I can erase it as well. Yeah.
Okay, so learned how to use the drawing tool.
But yeah, that I could see being useful for certain things.
Meowgarita, tell me how you feel about Lana.
Court documents.
Yeah, exactly. Especially
My favorite.
when you're trying to underline and point out certain things.
Good night, Dork.
Yeah. There's a few things.
Good night, Meowgarita. Or Meowgarita's being said good night to by Dork. I make that mistake a lot in chat. People will say goodbye, and then someone else will say goodbye to them, and then it's like, oh, okay, goodbye. No, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, we'll have to play around with it and see what we can figure out.
So I think I appreciate everyone who stuck around, but I think
wrap this up, Dan.
Dorgan can hear me in and out. It's not the way it should be. I don't think this stream is going to end up being a public stream. I think this is going to go into the archives, and maybe we'll revisit it in a year as a fun.
Didn't need a year though. March 13th, and what is today? So I only needed 5 months to reconcile this.
Let's watch when Dan pulled all his hair out.
You're going for the Beverly Hills 90210 look.
Yeah, the California
start. That is a bit of the Californians.
Californians.
With the tall hair.
Oh yeah, Jason Priestley. He was from my neck of the woods. He kind of had that.
Yeah.
I always wanted to be more of a Luke Perry, but yeah. I think Dorgan can hear well now. I don't know what is going on. Yes, the dog is talking to the phone, and
that's Snoopy.
Yes. Compass Realty Hitman has joined the chat. Rush from keeping Robert Tellez from fucking up their real estate holdings. Yeah, I could be. You can picture what I'd be like, bald. It used to be when I was a kid. That was like all of us would. We had like one friend that would have clippers, and everyone would go over to his house. We'd all have the same haircut. I'll take a 2. Give me a 1.
As short as possible.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't want a 1. You look like a skinhead.
It'll grow.
Anyhow. I don't know. Should we? I don't feel like this is...
Make a decision, Dan.
Stream. I don't feel like we should keep going at the same time if there's people who've stuck around this long.
Time to shit or get off the pot.
Really want to hang out, so we should do something.
Make a choice, man.
Should we wrap it up?
It's your show, man.
I think we can, and we'll just schedule another one.
Yeah.
We've done some more troubleshooting.
Robert Tellis.
Yeah. The good thing is
Robert Tellis would be good as just a little, palate cleanser in between. Not to do the whole trial. I think just to do his narration testimony. Maybe his narration testimony as well as his reaction to the closing argument. But Tellis, I could see in a bite. I'm not fully interested in all the details because it's so obvious he did it. I don't really need, the forensics experts to break it down for me. But hearing him with his alternate version of facts is hilarious. So that's got potential.
Prism Live lets you record offline, so you don't even need to be in a full rehearsal mode. You can just set up your scene and record and then play it back to see, whether it was working. So that's how we got fooled into thinking things were doing fine, is we recorded our book interview. We both talked fine, but as soon as we started adding extra elements, like being able to hear the videos that we were sharing, everything went kapooey. I'll pour one out.
Well, we'll have to visit that again.
Okay, here's a little background too. So I found my notes from that day, and sadly, I made a big show of like, I'll take a note on that. I didn't take any note. I just probably picked up the book and I wrote down Stackam v Video Ninja. Stream v Video Ninja is what I wrote. So it's useless. But the next page, Afro Man. So instead of putting in any work on figuring any of this out, I moved to the next subject. It was time for me to cover Afro Man. And it's Afro Man. There's like pages. There's a lemon pound cake. Step 1. Accusing an innocent man of kidnapping is cold. Cold is bad. Let all your cold ingredients come up to room temperature before you begin. You want your lemon pound cake to be light, airy, and free. Freedom to express itself. You get all that kind of humor in the lemon pound cake recipe. Yeah, okay, so that's what happened. That's why this didn't get revisited in more detail. Let's close it out, though. There's still 6 minutes.
And maybe we can do the recording and release it as a permit.
Shallow Pockets, this was recorded on Friday the 13th of March 2026. So just over 5 months ago. This would be about 5 months into my creation journey. So yeah, kind of a midway. At this point, I thought that I was really getting my shit together. And this was kind of a little humble, like, take me down a peg. Don't, not everything's super easy. You're not going to just be able to, I just tried it and it worked. Sometimes you need to struggle. And do you show up next week? Do you keep doing it? Or do you, it failed and people laughed and the people who were laughing at me. No, you put your head down and put one foot in front of the other one and you get going.
Here, and then we can join the chat.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe even just, record something offline and then all three of us can join in chat while it's playing. And yeah, Cowboy Criminology wants to give me the high and tight, but I don't know. This as short as my hair has been in the last 5 years, aside from when I initially got it cut. So no, I need to get hippified again. Let my hair grow all long and shaggy.
There we go. I'm getting there. Doing my best 5 months ago, Dan.
That's true too. Thank you, Carol.
Maybe that's what I should do is buck up and go across the street and have a beer.
Lina Hurtado points out, court TV and law and crime have tech issues all the time.
Thank you. That is a great thing to point out. Carolina Hurtado. Law and crime, court TV, they have tech issues. Did you hear the sound in the Sarah Boone trial? That was fucked up. You're just a dude in the attic with a laptop you learned how to use. Well, you only got 3 weeks ago. You still don't even know how to use it.
You know what? Yeah.
True.
I'm beating myself up for this, and I started by watching the Sarah Boone trial, and that was shit. So anyone who is a fan of it from back when they were broadcasting the trial live has already been through lots of audio issues.
Yes, Amy Zeitgeist asked, do you remember approximately how many subs you had at this point? So at this point, I had less than 1,000, but more than 500. The only reason I know that for sure is because memberships were enabled, but advertising was not. I didn't unlock the 1,000 subscribers until after the Betty Broderick marathon had completed. And I think it was on the last night of the Betty Broderick marathon. I seem to remember because it was painfully close, and it got to the point where everybody who was on the stream was like asking family members, like, just subscribe to him, help get him over the hump. He's at 996. Come on, we can do it this stream. Help a brother out. And yeah, we made it happen that night. Oh, and that's when I bought the handle. I've got a handle of vodka. I drank a little of it last week. It's the first time I've touched it since 1,000 subs tonight. But yeah, so I would guess here maybe 650. Enough that I was, comfortable in post 500, but also working on my watch hours requirement.
Yeah, that audio was poor. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember listening to, there was one set of lawyers that liked to wander around from the podium, so you could barely hear them, and I'd have my Bluetooth speaker cranked right up and basically have it against, here it is. Have it right against my ear, like, oh, I can barely hear it.
And that's, yeah, I totally remember listening to the original broadcasts on Law and Crime with that Bluetooth, which, looks small, but is quite powerful. So you'd have James Owens, like, way off from the mic. I think that, Sarah Boone hit a woman. Sarah Boone. Like, oh, this is awful. And then all of a sudden it would go from that distant, sort of buzzing of a James Owens to, Your Honor, I'm Mr. Henderson. I'm here for the defense appearing by Zoom. So yeah, they didn't really have their balance worked out.
Barely hear it. And then all of a sudden Judge Crane, bless you! Fuck! Somebody would sneeze and his mic was like full. And, yeah. Anyhow. No, I'm not going for the meowt look. I got my own Canadian Tukey. He's not far south of me, that said. He's Eastern Washington, which is basically the same as BC.
Another one to say, that is an excellent idea for the anniversary stream. Maybe not. So my first stream, there turned into an 8-hour overnight session where I expound on, hey, this is how we say it in Eastern Canada, and this is how we say it in Western Canada, and like just anything and anything I could talk about to keep talking. I didn't plan to go for 8 hours. I was so, woo, it's 480 minutes. I was doing a big dance. Who knew that would be the standard instead of like something to celebrate? But in any case, that one is also offline because it's so off topic. I didn't have a topic at that point, but it is kind of fun. So I could see setting up something like that as an all day, and, I'll still live my life and I'll pop back in with you guys and you guys can enjoy it. We'll just leave it on, like maybe on a loop 24 hours for that day, and which means I'll play it 3 times.
It's a rural part of Washington State, and
no clips. No, that means work. It's a lot easier for me just to run it in full and then sit here all day. So yeah, no clips. I do have some clips. I've only made 4 clips. I have thousands of hours of video. I've made 4 clips. They're good clips, but every time I make one, I'm like, oh, I need to make more clips.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that look kind of hear me out-ish up here too.
That's right. Another one to say. That is exactly. You didn't know how long it would let you continue. On the stream, my first stream, I was looking up on another device. How long are you allowed to stream? What is the longest ever stream? I was afraid that I might log off, minutes before the longest ever live stream, only to find out the longest ever live stream is still going. It's been going for like 20 years, so got a lot of catching up to do. Like, okay, this isn't even like the longest live stream this week. Okay, I'm going to bed.
And yes, I did cut my hair especially to portray Scott A to B. That was one of my first reaction videos going live.
We will go to that video next. I don't know if we'll watch the entire thing, but we'll have a look at the haircut.
So not only cut my hair, but I bought myself a brand new red shirt with fold lines still in it, the squares. Yeah, that's how committed I was to my Scott. And if you want to see a good live stream, watch that one because it was so much better than this one tonight. But this is a behind the scenes. If you're a part of this stream, you're going to be part of a rare few who
you guys
were part of this, who got to be here for Classy's guest visit, for Cowboy's first visit. We've got more to come, and it's going to be better than this. So...
Well, thank you for sharing an interesting book with us. That will have to be on my reading list now.
You are welcome for that. I think I'll close by showing off my
there's a
feline
cat and dog
and canine friends.
So that is Cadillac in front of the catnip plant, and Lola over my other shoulder in between me and Snoopy. Lola is a Cairn Terrier of the same family of dog as Toto from Wizard of Oz. Cadillac is closer to a Norwegian forest cat. Black cat with green eyes.
Lola.
Oh, yes.
We've got Lola and Cadillac there. Lola is a Cairn Terrier.
Amy Zeitgeist suggests, hey, for a first anniversary, how about arranging a panel? Bring on Suma and Danielle and Tanika, etc. This is why. It would be great if I can figure out how to have guests, but I haven't had guests since this. Once bitten, twice shy. I have done things with other creators, but we do it offline, whether it's me recording something that I've sent to Danielle or vice versa. It's too much stress trying to make things work. So until I know how to do it offline, I'm not going to try and learn it online. That said, my conceit at the time was I work better under pressure, and, how hard can it be? Fucking idiots are streaming. I can figure it out. Not a very good framing if you're a person, you're like, oh, idiots could do it. I could do it. That you're not setting yourself up for success. But that's what I thought. I'm like, okay, no matter how hard it is, I can figure it out while we're going. I've learned from that experience to go, no, I'm going to put in. So what I need is basically people in my life out here to phone from their devices. I'll do some tech setup and, okay, so it works when my brother phones me from home and then we do an offline stream. Let me try it with somebody from Florida, or let me try it with someone from California. Anyway, it would be great to do something like that, but I won't do it like this ever again.
Used to be a showgirl where a dress.
That could happen. So another one to say that's another option. I could be a guest on Tanika's stream, or I could be a guest on, a classified stream. Sure, they know what they're doing. That would work.
Down to there, and a flower in her hair, and then that's a little Cadillac there with the murder eyes.
She used to be a showgirl.
Yeah.
Cadillac. I love that name.
Yeah, it's CAT Cadillac, and whenever I need to call him, I just sing a little of.
It was Suma and Meowgarita, and so Amy Zeitgeist says, Suma and Meowgarita stream together. Maybe they can help you out. It was the fact that they streamed together maybe even just 2 weeks before this that gave me the idea of, I can do that. And it was because they were having problems, and Suma ended up streaming Meowgarita through the speakerphone and was like doing a lot of this. And I thought, wow, well, that works. You know, even if it doesn't work, it works. I can do it. And I was like, no, it's not working as well as it worked for them. Shit.
The Billy Joel song, and Cadillac, you should be in by now. Yeah, usually he comes running.
The part of the stream I start singing.
Lola does not like Bucky at all.
Cowboy Criminology sent me a whole bunch of gifts, and a lot of them were Bucky the Beaver themed items because beavers are Canadian and Bucky's is American, so it was a really cool hybrid gift. The minute Bucky the Beaver got set up in the room, Lola was like, the fuck is that? I don't like him. I don't like his unblinking eye. I don't like that tooth. Don't like his tongue. The minute I have a second alone with that beaver, all the weak points are being pulled off. Lola and the beaver have not been in the same room since.
I've been keeping Bucky the Beaver away from Lola so that she's not stressed out. But yeah, Lola was not a fan the minute Bucky came out of the package. So. Okay, this is a special group. This is going to be one of the rare videos that maybe I'll unlist it. So if you guys really want to watch it and share it with, like, oh my God, you should have seen the stream. It was a fucking nightmare. You can still share it out, but it won't be a public one that I'm bragging about doing. And then we'll do it all properly next week.
And to pat myself on the back, that is a smart branding thing. It's showing that I'm not afraid of the video. I'm not embarrassed about it. People who saw it can watch it in their history, get back to it. It's not like it, I'm going to pretend it didn't happen. At the same time, it's not the best advertisement for the channel. So I don't need YouTube promoting it to people. Hey, hey, watch this channel if you haven't tried it yet. Not really the best, first piece of content. But if it's your 20th or 30th piece of content, this kind of fills in the picture of what Dan D True Crime is all about. And I don't mind if you see it.
And we'll pretend it's the first time. And that'll be exciting too.
Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing. So Addie says, you want us to share this mess? I don't want you to, but I wasn't going to stop anyone from doing it. So if, oh my God, I just saw the fucking biggest train wreck of a live stream. If you want to see it, here's the link. I support that. So I like it in my personal life. And, if somebody sent me a link, hey, somebody's melting down on the stream right now. Oh, is it live? Can I watch it before they delete it? No, it's been up for 3 days. He's not deleting it. Respect. So that's how I want to live.
The plan.
Okay.
Oh, and yeah, no, does it seem like I'm being hard on myself? Another one to say. Maybe it's a bit of a Canadian thing. Maybe. No, it's not, because there's a lot of people who are fucking assholes that are egotistic. Maybe it's just a me thing. I maybe hold myself, I don't even know, to a high standard. No, I accept very minimal results as long as I don't feel like I'm being hard on myself as much as being honest about my progress and accepting of difficulty, because I embrace it, because that's how you get better. And if I tried hiding it, if I overworked my videos, so I just spent 20 hours overproducing everything to hide every mistake, that's not better than me, spending 2 hours on a video, learning something, making some mistakes, publishing some mistakes, and then doing the next video 2% better, and then the next video 2% better than that. So I don't mind a little bit, and I think it makes it better for viewers when the person who can acknowledge the flaws in his own stuff, so that you guys can do it without feeling like, oh, I don't want to hurt his feelings. You won't.
Well, you guys are all fine. I'm not totally Dan D, but I am Dan D, so you're fine. I'm Dan D, and I think this is the end of this stream. Thank you. Thank you,
right.
Barry
Good night,
Adams,
everybody.
too. My God, Barry Adams gave out 50 gift memberships on this stream, which,
Oh, nice.
yeah, just incredible. So, Barry, I'll make it up to you. There's a good stream coming. Thank you, Classy. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, everyone who's stuck around. There's more to
Thank
come.
you for having me.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
That was quick. And I'm out. Okay, so let's see what I can find. We'll just do a search. I think I have it as dramatic reading May 5th. No, it would be earlier than that. Let's just go to my channel. View your channel. Videos. No, it was a live stream. Now that one's happening now. We can't watch that. There's the Betty era. Whoa, White Betty. Lambda, lambda, lambda. Whoa. There's the Afro Man era. Got to be right around here. Well, no, it was before because I got my hair cut for it. This must be it. Friday Night Ramble, Dan D reacts. 4 hours and 55 minutes. Okay, we're not watching all of this tonight. But we will watch some of it, and we will appreciate my Scott Lowen impression. And the shower curtain. I haven't used the shower curtain in a long time.
I trimmed my beard just a little bit. I hope I'm still recognizable.
Okay, we'll just take it from the top.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you has been marked for identification as being you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020.
I decided to start with a cold open. So this is courtroom audio, but it's going to lead into the courtroom playback of the car interview, which was an audio only interview. And at this time, you can see I'm streaming vertically. It's because I just have my phone clipped into a tripod. I don't have a computer at this point. So instead of reacting to a video, which I can't do, I'm reacting to the audio with a Bluetooth phone playing the audio while I stream to a phone, to a second phone.
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
And you got your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states you.
And I'm trying to so underplay the fact that I'm wearing a shirt and tie and that I've got my hair cut, but I'm totally like I'm starving for somebody to say something in the comments. I'm waiting for like, oh my God. And nobody's said it yet, but I'm sitting here. I'm just waiting on pins and needles for someone to. Oh, and there we go. Barry Adams was the first. Detective Scott, POV.
Any objections? No objection.
What was pre-marked as states you will be received without objection as states 19.
Your Honor, to request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Addie is me. This is the day that I became married to becoming a YouTube creator. Prior to this, it was all low effort. You know, I felt like doing it. I did it. This was the first time I was like, okay, I'm going to cut my hair. I'm going to buy some new clothes. I'm going to put up a backdrop. We're going to do this right. I'm going to become a YouTuber. I'm really going to do it. So this stream was really the stream where, you know, I got the chutzpah to go out there and make my dreams come true. I'm going to do it. Give me any chance, I'll take it. Give me any rule, I'll break it. I'm going to make my dreams come true. Doing it my way. I did not have my bell at that time. So that is a water bottle that I'm hitting with a Sharpie pen.
Let's get ready to rumble!
That horn is fucking loud when you don't have a noise limiter on your... Apologies to everyone who listened to this originally, but we're getting it filtered. It's loud.
It's 8 p.m. in Ocala, Florida. Almost lights out in Lowell. I'm your host, Dan D. There's no pre-show. We're doing it live. Hopefully the audio's on because that would have been a big waste of time. I'm hoping...
And the funny thing is, it's just as possible. There's no audio, and there's no way for me to know it. I just have to keep going until somebody would have said something in chat.
You heard the audio beforehand. We're playing the interview. That's how I'm playing.
It's pronounced chutzpah, but the U is like a U. Chutzpah, chutzpah, chutzpah. Well, I've got the chutzpah to try and say it correctly. Chutzpah. Chutzpah. Chutzpah.
If you heard it before, give some thumbs up. If you didn't, then we need to do some things. We do have a slight pre-show. So in the pre-show, I do look different. I trimmed my beard just a little bit. I hope I'm still recognizable. Barry Adams, you called it. This is my Scott Lowen look. I figured
Barry Adams gives me an 11 out of 10 for this look.
If we're gonna do the
Luminessa Von B is pointing out, so this is the first stream I did without my toucan or my Canadian hat.
Do it. We got to do it right. So I'm all in. I'm 100% committed.
Was that the Mary Tyler Moore theme? I thought I was doing Laverne and Shirley. Gonna make our dreams come.
To this, I think the way we're going to do this is, the way we're going to do it is I'm going to play some.
We're gonna make it after all. Ba-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that's right. There was a lot of real empowering tunes at the late 70s, early 80s.
Tell you my notes, then we'll play that part. Then we'll go back and revisit anything chat has to say during it. And work through it like that. I've got no time limit. I could be here for a long time. But yeah, glad you're all here. I see there.
I'm trying to keep up the energy. I'm like, yeah, we're going to go fast paced. We're going to be, that's what you have to do on YouTube. You have to be fast. People will click away. If you're not instantly, they got to be hooked. They got to be hooked in 3 seconds. They got to be hooked. You got to be in. I don't know how long I keep this up, but that was my mentality going into this.
There's 10 of us. We're starting right away. We're not wasting any time. There are.
No, Addie, it is. Yeah, that's a mix. I was doing Laverne and Shirley, and then the Mary Tyler Moore theme got mentioned by Amy Zeitgeist, and both of them are both empowering songs about making it. So, but I was definitely singing the Laverne and Shirley one until that. You're gonna make it after all. How the Mary Tyler Moore one ended.
There are some fun things to do. Oh yeah, let's do the pre-show first. So first off, new Tanika video. It's about an hour and a half long.
I'm a little blown away by my energy. Memories.
If you have nothing to do after this is over and you haven't seen it yet, it's called Money, Motivations, Lies, and Fruitless Motions. It dives deep. It's an hour and a half. It's awesome. I've already watched it like twice, and I'm planning to watch it again. It's really good. Number 2, it's Daniel Siobhan 2. It's a real channel. It's Danielle's channel. Subscribe to it. You don't want to miss out. There's some things that she's only doing on each channel. If you're a Daniel Siobhan fan, you will be a Daniel Siobhan 2 fan. All right, that's the pre-show. Now into the pre-game. I've got about 5 pages of notes here.
Audio quality, are we all right? Are we all right? Let's see, nobody's complaining. Everyone's just saying that I look different. I don't think I look that different. I just trimmed it a little bit.
Yeah, I look different.
Wow, there's a lot of people saying things. Okay. Well,
so I was fishing for the compliments, and you guys served them up. Thank you. Was fishing earlier.
So we'll go back. Almost lost it. That would have been a shame. Almost. Okay. We'll come back to the chat. We'll come back because my plan is to do this with you guys. This isn't a solo show. This is about really diving deep, picking up everything I noticed, and then hopefully that leads to some stuff you noticed. So in addition to 5 pages of notes, the audio quality is not great. This is the courtroom audio. It's the only complete one. There is a better version of the first 18 minutes, but it would make the next 30 minutes sound bad. So we're just going to deal with it in short chunks. And
I can't believe, well, okay, my streams now are like 6 to 7 hours. Maybe it's because I don't talk this fast now.
Yeah, take it from there. Frequent pause breaks. We'll do some rewind, replay. There's multitudinous mentions of a son, and some of George's children. So at those points, I've made a little box in my notes. I'm going to pause, go into the transcript of the audio, just read it or summarize it. Most of it's not relevant. It's sort of relevant in passing. It'll make sense when we're there. But I'm going to do everything I can to keep their names out of this. Some things to keep in mind. This interview is happening on the scene the day they respond to the 911 call. So
this is an important point, and I appreciate Prioristic Me for making this point. Chelsea gets all kinds of grief for not listening, for, stepping on Sarah's answers. Some of it's rightful, not saying she's perfect, just because she looks perfect, not because she's a vision of beauty, strutting into the courtroom with her perfect hair and perfect features. I'm not, it's not like I'm blinded by that. My point being, this interview does a lot to recover Chelsea's reputation, because Sarah says some crazy shit and Chelsea's like, oh, okay. So what'd you do after the hide and seek? She's just listening. She's just taking it all in. And there's a few times where Sarah just spins off and is like, hold on, what did you ask me again? I asked you your apartment number. Right. Well, I had to grab the bat because so a lot of the stuff that Chelsea gets a hard time for, she actually redeems herself for people who take the time to listen to the audio only call. And this gets me to a project that it's been a back burner one, but I've wanted to do it, and maybe I have the skills now. I'd like to animate that call, not so much as, a joke like my shorts, but just to give it a visual background. So whether it's, maybe a slideshow and showing relevant pictures from the trial that help illustrate the things that are being said during the interview. I think that this particular interview, it's not the 5 hours that I spend on it on this. I think it's only about 50 minutes. So it wouldn't be a super long video, but that's something I'm interested in doing.
Oh, I see.
Addie is me says, you like Chelsea because you think she's pretty, don't you, Dan? Yikes.
Yes, everyone give their best wishes to NK Did It and anyone that's in that Texas, anywhere in that storm area. It's vicious. I'm glad that you're with us. If I see that you're online, I know that that's a good sign anyway. So all the best to everyone in weather situations. Take a quick second to send our positive vibes that way. So moving on, this is,
Let's take a quick second to send our positive vibes that way. And moving on, give it a second, Dan. Just
day of the call, the detectives don't know the phone contents at this time. I suspect that they're aware of the patient history at apartment 3.
probably, I wouldn't be surprised if Chelsea or Scott didn't talk to a couple patrol people who've been there before. Hey, what's she like? You know, give us a heads up going in. But some of that I think makes sense as we get into it, because Chelsea asked some pretty good questions considering how little information she would have had at the time. She basically did a walkthrough with the CSI and her own on-the-scene interview with Officer Kayla Rodriguez. I see Sarah Boone planting seeds like a wildflower mix. Like she just bought a can of wildflower mix at the dollar store and just throwing out seeds. Doesn't care whether they're got any chance of taking root or not. There's a lot of seeds that come out, so I'll call that out when I see.
What I've done here, and maybe this is why I'm able to keep such a fast pace, I made detailed notes of the entire 50-minute call, but I probably, I've got the book here. I've got pages and pages of notes. I haven't started the call yet, so I put in a lot of pre-work on this one.
I'll just wait till we see them, but I do have at least 4 there. And another thing to be noticeable or to take notice of is the fact that there's no mention of clumsy or falling off bikes, walking into walls, notorious for walking into the hat rack.
That's another interesting point. Thank you, Prioristic Dan, for pointing that out. Those are all details that come up the second day when she becomes aware of the autopsy and the bruising and that situation. So she invents more facts to go with it, but you don't hear any of that in this particular call.
Those things show up tomorrow, but they don't show up today. So we'll take some further ado. Let's do a do. Let's just scroll through. Going to say some hellos if anyone has anything that needs to be brought up beforehand. Oh, it's so bright looking into. So what I'm going to do when I'm reading the
it's so bright looking into this light. The poor eyes haven't adjusted yet. Look at that beautiful, beautiful crown of hair.
Chat. Maybe bring this down a touch. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that's good for you. I kind of like that. That's a lot easier for me to read. Okay, so wow, lot of chat. Okay, we won't spend too much time. Definitely some hellos. So, hello, another one to say.
Without any further ado, no. Let's spend some more time on ado. I'm not in any big rush.
Hey, Deb Richardson, Barry Adams, NK did it. I think that's okay. Oh, geez, I just about reported someone. I've got to be very careful about reading here.
That's another problem. I've got the phone connected to the tripod, and I'm trying to stream through it and look through the chat. And yeah, just about reported somebody just trying to find my way on the screen.
I need a producer. No, that's not going to... If you're not on all messages, make sure you're on all messages so you don't miss anything.
Still valid.
Barry Adams says, I'm an 11 out of 10. If you've seen Spinal Tap, I've always wanted an amplifier that goes to 11. So this one goes to 11. He's live. Yes, Barry, I see you. Looking fine and dandy. Thank you, A to B. You guys all look fine in the chat. I'm Dan D. Feeling it. Finding Dimes is here. Great. Margie 420. All right. Hello, Carolina Hurtado. It is me. Yes, I can scrub up okay if I have to go out, for a fancy dinner or even a YouTube live where I think I'm going to do something. I think this is going to be kind of special. I think something about this audio doesn't have any video to go with it. So if we can do something cool with the video, then this could be the new version. Oh, here, we're going to try something else out too. Let's see.
State-of-the-art
okay, that kind of works.
Technology.
I can hang out in the interrogation room. I have to recalibrate that. But that's for later. Got some fun ones here, though.
That is pretty cool. This is one of the last little tricks I learned on the iPhone, that you could actually set up backgrounds while you're on it. But I got the MacBook a couple of weeks later.
What's that? Oh, that's my dinner tonight. Okay, moving back.
Bedtime Lullaby says, Fuck you, chat. I'm floating up the damn stairs to bed. Good night.
How was the audio? Did anyone have any complaints about the audio?
My only complaint is it's 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the video, and all you've done is blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're going to skip in a little bit. You can watch this video too. I'll post the link. Actually, maybe that's a thing to do before going to bed. I'll post the link to this. This is 4.5 hours. It's fun. It's a good bedtime video if you're like not ready for the live stream to end. We'll still watch more. We'll stick around for another 15-20 minutes. And I'll also do a reading of some Acceptable Sarah mood relaxer.
Skip ahead here because I know that I was just about... Oh yeah, we're skipping... So Brian says son's name.
Oh, good for me. I was still putting in the effort on that. Cat really got out of the bag by the documentarians releasing all kinds of names, and it just... What are you going to do?
It's 5:51:48. We're going to skip. The one thing that happens in this part is that Chelsea asks a question about, like, when did you wake up again? And Sarah goes to a side story, so starts complaining about how Brian blows up her phone. And, oh, there's a lot of messages. My goodness. I'm really sorry if I'm missing... Lakeisha Prelo, thank you. Thank you. I almost scrolled into another person.
Tanika 2 cents has joined the stream. Not this stream, but the prioristic stream. Joined the stream and said, looking snazzy, Dandy True Crime. Thank you, Tanika 2 cents.
I can't do that. Why is this happening? Why is this happening, says Carolina. And let's get back into why this is happening. This is happening to examine this crazy lady.
And I don't know who apathy enthusiast is, but they have an eye for detail. I don't know when my hand gets up to the screen close enough to see it, but they say, is that the hand of a cat owner or somebody who fixes bramble bushes?
And let's get back into why this is happening. This is happening to examine this crazy lady.
And it is a cat owner. A cat really likes attacking the one hand and, makes the cat happy. I can take a few wounds.
During her interview. Skip. 52:01. Let's skip one more to 11. All right. So for these next 3 minutes, what things do we have to look at? Well, this is Sarah first explaining why she ignored Brian. I love this for Brian because when it came to family court and why didn't you answer my tablet messages? So I didn't care.
That's a good Brian. That's a great Brian impression. When are we going to hear the fucking call? I skipped ahead and now we just get me talking about other stuff.
Why didn't you answer my tablet messages? So I didn't care. Why didn't you care? I just don't. So awesome.
Liked it then, liked it now.
More about the teeth. No questions about the teeth. More volunteered information about the teeth.
That's another good point. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, she isn't asked, hey, what's up with George's teeth? But many times she volunteers. Oh, and just so you know, he's been losing his teeth. Actually, been a thing.
More seeds being planted. This is the first seeds about the suitcase suicide. So we'll look for that. Also, I have a longer comment from Winter Lake that was left on the video that I will read too. So I have that for 5:54. Okay, so we'll listen to 3 minutes of audio. We'll listen for those things to happen. Maybe 2.5 minutes of audio. Here we go.
You ignored that. Notorious for blowing up my phone, but I understand why because he made sure that Luke gets home. Right.
Sorry.
Do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can step around.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were
Damn
on
it.
this phone call?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Tried so hard.
Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on a laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him.
And couldn't find them, looked outside, couldn't find them anywhere, and
Was not about treating maybe for the bathroom. But then I came to.
and then you called Brian.
Yes.
He came over.
Yes, he came over.
Yes, down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out, he called 911.
Yes, I went in. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Great. Okay. And then we
Like, I still to the.
I didn't want to interrupt the video again, and I knew I could write wow because I didn't know how to fix screen reversal at this point. So I knew if I did wow with a smiley face, it would show the same for you as it would for me.
I don't.
Still looks a little like mom to me, but.
and then we
Like, I still to the. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but the whole thing is.
My whole thing is.
The whole, like.
I made a drinking game. Whenever she says my thing is, or the whole thing is, I had to drink.
He was thinking, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know. He and I were having an amazing time this year, like we normally do.
no arguments,
No.
nothing. Okay.
And the thing with him, though, is, which is why we take doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start having to do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job. So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay, I'm going to pause there because I didn't write a note about this, but she says if you noticed on the walls all our artwork and stuff, she brings up the artwork unasked again. I think George was taking his artwork down. There's a point where she says something about purging the artwork so we could put more artwork up. If George was leaving that night, he would have been trying to take his artwork with him. And maybe she put it back up again. Maybe some of it was up, some of it wasn't. But yeah, exactly. Tanika brings up, he only lost his job 2 weeks before. If he was that depressed about not having a job, Sarah must have been at her wit's end. Like, she had worked forever. Like, she was getting $1,000 a month alimony, but that isn't.
Hold on, let's expand on that. So Sarah's trying to say George was depressed, oh, his job, oh, the ace, it's been like 12 days he hasn't had a job. Well, if all of that is true, why the fuck haven't you taken yourself out, Sarah, who hasn't had, more than 4 days of work in the last 4 years? Seems like the only day she has to work is the day that the police are there the night before. I have to work tomorrow. And I have to work tomorrow.
A job that's not going to give you the kind of satisfaction you need to feel like you're satisfying your abilities in life. 5:54:10. This is a point where I've got Winter Lake's comment. I had Winter Lake's comment, yes. Oh, and it's right on point with what Tanika brought up. So here we go. He had only been unemployed for 2 weeks, but she describes their daily routine as though it's been established for months. If he's concerned about obtaining employment for his responsibilities, why try and distract and direct him away from job searching with immature, childish activities? Here, she also claims, like several other times, that she is the one who purchased paints. Later, she says Son's grandma bought them, and that's on the stand in court. The art supplies were actually George's. But, like the bat, Sarah claims to have bought it for Son, but Brian said he bought it. Prosecution did a good job of pointing out that she will lie even when it's unnecessary. But because she thinks it makes her look good and credits herself for anything positive. They were not dancing with the dogs. George was dancing to music and probably playing with the dogs. In doing so, he was enjoying the music. But she has to include herself in also doing it, even though she wasn't and was standing there recording it. It also proves that the dogs were not afraid of him and weren't terrified by his movements around them, like she claimed. She never mentions taking her dogs out for a walk to let them potty or feeding them in her detailed account for Sunday and Monday.
And that's something that's getting more attention now, but I don't remember being spoken of as much as when Winterlake made this comment originally. But not now, like, in the last week. It just feels like there's more awareness now of the fact that those dogs weren't fed on Sunday than I remember in the time of shooting this.
And on Tuesday, when she went to the police department for the interview. Excuse me. Again, I have one sentence left to say, and it's like this burp wants to come up. She neglected them and Son's pet mouse. So that.
And we found out later that that pet mouse was not allowed according to the lease. So I've posted the link to this. I think I'll turn that into a pinned link. If anybody wants to put this in their history to watch after, you certainly can. I am right this second pulling up Sarah Boone's unedited Forgiveness Gold. This will be the Kintu Sukuroi letter. I'm going to attempt to read it in a pleasing, even tone that makes the words sound less psychopathic, less horrific. I won't be changing the words. I won't be changing the context. So that's how it's experimental, because it's not really acceptable, Sarah. Maybe it is. Alternative Sarah might work better. In any case, I'm going to give this a shot. You guys can fall asleep to it because it's not important. This isn't good information. It's not going to make you wiser. We're not going to read the quotes. Just going to read her own words, of which there are a lot. I might have chosen the wrong. All right. Oh, well. In for a dime, in for a dollar. Here we are. This is where we are. You know what ASMR needs is light background music. I think so, anyway. I think I have something that's got a bit of an ambient, bit of a background. Shouldn't be too front of mind. Oh no, they're not very long. Okay. Try this intermission playlist. Quiet. Still seems loud to me, but it's a little loud. Okay, that's not bad. No. Yeah, okay. It's getting the mood there. Be better if I did this from the source so it's not so loud in my ears. Okay, that's as quiet as I can get it from the app. Means I can get more. Okay. Welcome to Sarah Boone ASMR. The following program is Sarah Boone's words presented as though they aren't crazy. The intention, my plan, is to help you get to sleep. I hope these words don't poison your mind or do anything nefarious or notorious or cause you any distress, any nightmares, any bumps in the night, because tonight's a good night to have a good night. The best way to have a good night is to start with a nice big deep breath. I want you to breathe in for a count of 7. Hold it for 4, 3, 2, 1. And exhale for 8. Dear. No, not dear. Forget dear. Strike that. One more breath. In for 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold for 4, 2, 3, 4. And out for 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. December 6, 2024. Mr. Michael Cranick. I'm enclosing, please, my complete statement to you and the world, as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. By my reserving particular parts of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness, understanding, and consideration in any level or degree. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf, or the number of, your ignorant mind was already made up. By your clear error and full-blown unfair bias against me, since your involvement in my crucible case as a whole, I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and neutral judge, except for your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison. Please know, and always remember, Mr. Cranick, I forgive you, still, and sincerely. Please understand also, the judge, according to Cicero, is never to lose sight that he is simply a man, and he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission. Not only power, but public confidence has been given to him that he ought always rely seriously to attend not to his wishes, but to the requisitions of law, of justice, and religion. I'm sure you're all aware, but that's from Cicero's Pro Clientes. I'm excited in my appeal, which speaks for itself. My case law, as well, in which I'm extremely proud. Proud to have achieved. And I'll continue doing so. For now, I'm no longer in your corrupt court and free from your malevolent judicial grip. Some might say this is Sarah Boone versus the state of Florida. I've added to my statement as a result of your blindness and impartiality. Foremost, your disgust in me as being an outspoken woman, a determined defendant, and a proactive client. Hoping the next time you put your listening ears on and do not unfairly oppress the next, as you have so blatantly done me. You will never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors theirs. And I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me of and judged me as. I'm not a murderer. I am a survivor. Sarah Boone. I'm going to skip over the definition of black robe disease. No, we're not. Black robe disease. Arrogance in a judge. A slang term for a judge who flaunts judicial power, dominates proceedings, at the expense of the dispensation of justice. Impartiality is the first duty of a judge. Before he gives an opinion or sits in judgment in a case, he ought to be certain and absolute that he has no bias for or against either of the parties. If he has any interest, even in the most slightest, in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge. When aware of such interest, he ought to lawfully and justly refuse to sit on the case. The delicacy which characterizes the judges in this country generally forbids their sitting in such a cause. There's a quote from the Bouvier Law Dictionary, 2012 edition. You're checking your own editions at home. The judge must not only be impartial, but must also follow and properly enforce the law, not abuse. He is bound to declare what law is, and not make it. Be not an arbitrator, but an interpreter of the law. It is their duty to be patient in the investigation of the case, understand circumstance and difficulties by all parties, careful in considering parts of a case in whole, and decent in judgment. I am going to skip the Murray Richtel quote. I'm going to skip the Lynn Tollier quote. The one thing I will point out about the Lynn Tollier quote is Sarah credits her as the author of A Practical Guide to Becoming an Emotional Genius. The full title is something like Mother's Helper. It's a quacky kind of, self-help book. It may have had a little bit more power as a reference if she'd put Honorable Judge Lynn Tollier. Lynn Tollier is the judge who is famous for being a divorce court judge. But Sarah does not reference her judicial background, but just the fact that she wrote about being an emotional genius, which Sarah claims to be. Okay, that was my intermission sounding music. Let's see, Maybe not a real show 3 is mellow enough. Okay, this has a shot. We're staying mellow. We're staying with it. Are you ready for Kintu Sukuroi? Did I pronounce it correctly or not? I feel like it's less fractious to say Kintsugi. Kintu Sukuroi. It's the kind of thing that'll wake you up out of a drifting sleep. I think Kintsugi. Kintsugi. Let's try it. Kintsugi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style, which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again, using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks, they become more obvious. A brilliant new piece of art emerges from this brokenness. Kintsugi embraces flaws, weaknesses, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece, well, that's part of its history. And each piece becomes just a little bit more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintsugi. In my wisdom, and with all my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together. It has made me shine brighter. It has helped me overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Judge Wooten, and Cranick, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, plus, and this is important, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. This is where the pages are out of order, so it would naturally go to sleep because I had to go to my son's field trip the next day. Skip ahead. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived. Though, to be so... Oh. She was trying to say through here. Let me just restart that. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache. Irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves. No matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice, And that's underlined just in case you're not aware of how important that sentence is. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become something more outstanding and more extraordinary. And above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger, and cease from resentment, this is forgiveness. When you forgive, you heal. When you heal, you move forward. My gold begins with George Torres. And every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy, I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to, let's get back to sleep. And I love this song, but the lyrics are distracting me, and I know she's going to give the finger, and I'm going to want to be part of it. Skip ahead to this song by Diala. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day. I forgive George for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes. My son's furniture, destroying the television we once watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front door and my back door, over and 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 over, over and 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 over, for breaking the or removing the locks. Wasn't as smooth as I hoped it would be. Gonna go back. For wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door, over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all the doors. Sometimes the knobs altogether. So I had nowhere to feel safe, including, you're not going to believe this, including the sacred space. Seriously, get this. There was nowhere I could feel safe, including the sacred space of, that's right, my son's room. You know what happened there? That's where he beat me bloody on his bed for terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs. Threatening. You know, I'm just trying to do a read, so I'll just try and keep my comment nice and calm and mellow. How do you threaten a deaf dog? Maybe something to sleep on. How do you threaten a deaf dog? Shut up! I'm gonna beat your ass! Alright. I think I've mentally processed that. I can move on. I can forget that there's any disconnect in logic there. Let's just read it like it makes sense. I forgive George for terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open. Okay, so I had to read 4 more words just to get confused again. How do you threaten a deaf dog? By leaving a gate open. Hey, deafy. Door's open. And how does that threaten the blind dog? Blind dog doesn't know the gate was left open. Okay, I'm giving too much thought to this. Less thought is more when it comes to these Sarah things. If you think about it, that's how they get you. That's how she gets you. Then you become dumber. And once you're dumb enough, you want to help her. She went to high school. She's not an idiot. She knows how to manipulate people. She's tricking me into reading her words so I become dumber. Then therefore I won't have the intelligence needed to thwart her evil plans. I won't have the words in my quiver. Fire. My arrow bag will be empty. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open that I built to keep them safe. Telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated, dead body in the pond. Just gonna quibble, Sarah, but if it's 2 dogs, the body wouldn't be singular. You get it right when you're talking about scraping. Well, you don't quite get it right because you say to scrap the remains. And I normally wouldn't pick at a person's spelling and grammar, but when a person says they're a straight A student, I kind of hold an expectation of C+ grammar and spelling. Okay, we're just going to dumb ourselves down to continue reading this as though it makes sense and it's not stupid. Maybe if I hit myself in the middle of the forehead once, kind of solid. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe. Telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond, or scrap their remains off the pavement, kicking them off the bed and throwing across the room, just because they were trying to protect me. I forgive George Torres for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son. You know how he was going to do that? by breaking all the bones in my face, just like his brother, Moises, did to him, after he kept seeing all the bruises. Skip to page 5. For stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911. I like to be educated. This one might work. Oh, I think I have this on shuffle, which is a bit of a problem. Not a huge problem, but I just have to stay with it, okay? Hope you guys are still all with me here. Whoever's still enjoying a little ASMR, if you need a longer video to fall asleep to, then there's a pinned comment there. We're taking it easy. This is WKRME in Cincinnati, and any other city you happen to be listening to. I'm not in Cincinnati, but I'm your Venus flytrap for the night. Dr. Johnny Fever will be here in the morning, and I'm going to just try and make sure that everyone gets to bed all right, and has a beautiful evening. And I'm going to do that by reading a nice peaceful story about Sarah being stabbed in the leg and not being allowed to call 911 for an ambulance or seek help. He nearly bled to death until she concocted a lie to save him from being arrested. I forgive George Torres for destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. I forgive George Torres for me experiencing ever being arrested. And after today, prison. I forgive George Torres for beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe. I forgive George Torres for having me experience what it means to see stars. Like in the cartoons where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too. Many times. I forgive George Torres for dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night, just to sit next to him. I forgive George Torres for taking my car, driving drunk, with my debit card, to buy more alcohol, while I slept. Even after I kindly explained the importance of my car. For people who've been with me all day today, we did experience this in court. We watched the sentencing statement, and Sarah, such a flourish of excitement to read these awful words in front of the Torres family, said even after I cunningly explained the importance of my car, she didn't want to admit she didn't know what the fuck she put here. That's not cunningly. Like, even if you're spelling cunningly, spell it with a C, right? She said, even after I cunningly explained the importance of my car. But I mean, that's fractious. That's not what we're here for. We're here for an acceptable Sarah. We're looking for a mood relaxer. So forget I said any of that. We'll just continue like that never happened, and this all makes sense. This isn't stupid at all. I forgive George Torres for taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car. It's to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterer's intervention classes and probation officer meetings. I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him. I forgive George Torres for causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, that I had to be hospitalized more than once. I forgive George Torres for destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murder scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying so many times to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres family sitting here in the gallery today, looking at me with faces of just love and compassion. His mother, his father foremost, but also his 2 ex-wives and daughters. All for knowing who George was, capable of, and has done in the past. His history of violence and where he learned it. Then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of her siblings, all of his siblings, including Pharrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves, while quiet and comfortable in bed at night, the uneasy question: what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us, and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole. For sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey, waiting to be picked apart, pillaged, for me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment or ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, catastrophes. It's all over their hands and keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemized. Yeah, I said it. Blasphemed. No, you don't do all those eyes. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemized, in my case, still, no one knows me. My gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys. Here's some new material if you only saw her deliver this on the stand. Mauricio Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises, and then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life, when finally realizing he was in over his head, all while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami. Just going to take another little pause. I'm going to try and stay in the voice to allow people who are sleeping to stay sleeping. She says fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami. Now, I'm not a Floridian. I remember Michael Brannon made the drive from Miami to Orlando, and they kind of were like, oh, big deal. He drove here, just got here, just drove. Quite a drive. Thank you for coming. It's not a staycation if they left town. That's a vacation. Had he stayed in Miami, that would be a staycation. But Sarah wouldn't know anything about him staying in Miami because she's in Orlando, or more specifically, the Orange County court system. All right, I think I've got my head around that. I think so. And that's all one sentence. So if I want to start again, I have to just start at the beginning of the paragraph. Okay? My gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys. Mauricio Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises, then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life, when finally realizing he was in over his head, all while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami, for having resources ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize, which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded, only for him to decide that water parks, fine dining, and choice hotels were more important, and on the JAC's dime. I have to say, water parks are very enjoyable. I have a great time. Not do that many stairs by choice. Like if it was just, hey, let's do some stair climbing for exercise. No thanks. But if I get to slide, I will climb stairs to slide. I love sliding. So Dandalucia. I forgive Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury. Well, that says big of you. I forgive Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury to the judge, and on court record about my attempts to be a proactive defendant and client, inquiring about my discovery, and then trying to communicate with no answers or correspondence in any manner for 1 full year and 2 months, before I was finally able to meet with him in the courtroom, only to receive his motion to withdraw. Frank J. Bankowitz is forgiven for his greed in taking $15,000 from the JAC, who honorably aid indigent defendants such as myself. For taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients, taking their money and the JAC's. Winston E. Hobson receives my forgiveness, who also unethically perjured himself to the judge and on the court record about all the progress and attorney work he did in my case for the 2 months he was court appointed as, for his allegations of my supposed unethical requests, which meant me asking about my discovery and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful inclusion to my pretrial conferences cited under FRCP Discovery Rule 3.220. We'll take another little commentary break here, because it's a relatively interesting point. When Sarah was initially arrested in 2018 for strangulation, or for assault battery with strangulation, I mentioned a couple of times in today's streams that there was a lawyer, she was assigned as a public defender, that zealously defended Sarah and provided her with a discovery request, or not provided her, but provided the state with a discovery request that was a little much. It was, we want anyone who has ever given information in this case. We want anyone who's ever given any information regarding any case at that address. We want anyone who's ever called 911. We want the 911 records of anyone who ever called to complain about someone being loud. And this lawyer probably knew, thanks to Sarah, oh no, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. That's a lot. And made it so that the, well, I don't know if that made it, but the result was a few days later, they get a letter from the assistant state attorney saying they're not going to progress with the charges on Sarah. So Sarah becomes no criminal record, first offense. This is my very first second-degree murder. Please treat me like a first-time criminal. Grade A student, first-time criminal. Yeah, I see. I am on shuffle. Which means we will be hearing some songs again, but that's okay. They're backgroundy. This is Take It Slow by Seth Choi. And I will take it slow. That's how I'm trying to do this letter. Nice and slow. So we'll get right back to the letter. She's citing Discovery Rule 3.220. I think the reason she is aware of Discovery Rule 3.220 is because of that 2018 discovery request that her first ever public defender gave her. And I liken that first ever public defender to Lana, because I think he created an unrealistic expectation of what the law can do for her. Just like Lana created an unrealistic expectation of what flying monkeys can do for you. Lana was above and beyond. You can question her actions, you can question her activities, and I think very rightfully, I think that's the easiest things to question. But when you're looking at effectiveness and you're looking at who actually got shit done, you know, for good, for bad, for evil, for whatever, Lana was the effective one of that bunch of flying monkeys. And the important part about that little fact is that changed Sarah's expectations for people helping her to the fact that she is infuriating to anyone who is interested in helping her. Anyone that helps her now is judged by the Lana standard. Well, you could be doing this and this and this. I mean, really, it's not above and beyond. She did it without even being begged. All I had to do was put out a little dry bag and she would go do it. You, I practically have to ask you. Oh my God. What a fucking nightmare that is. Did you sigh? I don't accept sighing. Don't sigh. So anyway, I think that Lana played an important role in getting her expectations of flying monkeys in the wrong direction. But I think critically, the first lawyer may have emboldened Sarah into using the law as a cudgel, as a tool, as a baseball bat against people that got in her way. Under FRCP Discovery Rule 3.220, I wanted to be included in my case, and no progress from being excluded by Bankowitz and Padilla over 3 years prior. Forgiveness also in telling me he would return in a week with my discovery, only to receive his motion to withdraw in the meantime. Don't mean to keep interrupting, but I think what may have happened as I'm reading this is she went over the top, like, just make a big fucking deal with the fucking discovery. If you make it enough of a hassle, they'll drop the case. And Mauricio Padilla is like, no, I'm not giving a ridiculous discovery request. I'll give a legal one, but I'm not giving that. And she said, do it, do it, do it. And then he said, you know what? That's not ethical. I'm not doing it. And here's my motion to withdraw. That's what I think happened. Okay, I'm giving this too much thought. Maybe I'll just take a hit. If I take a hit, I can... No, exactly. 15K is it's not even a lot of money for the amount of work that lawyers do. It's a reasonable amount. And the sad thing is because so many lawyers were on Sarah's case, at one point it looked like the JAC was going to split the 15 grand amongst all of them. And now you're looking at, about 2 grand for a lawyer. I'll get you a cup of coffee in his office. Okay. I'm taking these hits now, not for recreational purposes, but just so I can stop questioning the logic of this letter and get on with our lives. It's got a bit of an Indian feel to it. It's The Streets of Punjab by Hanu Dixit. A little less backgroundy, but I think this might help get me through the case. Alright, being excluded, forgiveness, and telling me he returned in a week only to withdraw, not receiving discovery, okay. Only to receive, calm down. Only to receive his motion to withdraw in the meantime. Still not receiving any discovery, and I filing my own motion, enabling me to go to all my hearings, including my pre-trials. Continued forgiveness is in his greed and selfish intentions. Also for robbing the JAC and indigent defendants of $15,000. More for nothing. Justifying any work he really did do in the handful of days he represented me as my attorney. Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude, and not listening or caring that I finally receive my discovery. I kept asking her for which the fully withheld I kept asking her for which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons, was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she being my present at that time attorney, I saw not one page of or any digital evidence of my discovery prohibited me from I'm going to speculate here, and I'm going to try and stay in tone for people who are trying to sleep. I think Sarah is so angry when she's writing this, she has no idea the order of the words. And I do this sometimes. Sometimes I get ahead of myself and, I'm writing down a sentence and I'm writing the word I'm thinking of rather than the word I'm on in the sentence. I try and skip ahead. I'm going to have to skip the song because it has lyrics, and that feels like it's got potential. Let me just try and read this, and I'll read it like an AI, because the grammar, the punctuation, everything's a little off here. It's all a single sentence, and she's mad, so... Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for her mean, not egotistical attitude and for not listening or caring that I received my discovery I kept asking her for, which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reason, was because I saw it with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she being my present at that first time attorney, I saw not one page of or any digital evidence of my discovery that she prohibited me from seeing. Patricia A. Cashman is also forgiven for admitting that I had a right to bond, and I asked her for, so I could actually utilize one of my rights as opposed to having them always violated, as prior and still ongoing. Then her deference of all my opportunities to do so. Do you think she's saying deterrence? Deterrence? Deterrence. I think she threw in a double T on deterrence. And her deterrence. Yeah, okay. And it's not even she's tried to deter her from doing something. Deterrence. Okay. Okay, settle it down. I had a right to ask for a bond. I asked her for. I had a right to a bond. I asked her for. So I could actually utilize one of my rights, as opposed to having them always violated, as prior and still ongoing. Then her deterrence of all my opportunities to do so. For all her lies, condescension, gross, unnecessary arguments, and anger that I asked any questions and wanted to understand. For her doing nothing other than give me an even harder time and request transcripts, then brazenly lie for over $16,000 for doing so. Also from the precious resources provided from the JAC. I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully. I have forgiveness for all those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share I worked for when Judge Cranick forced me to be my own attorney, to represent myself as pro se. I actually and finally got my own discovery, almost 5 years later. Filed motions all prior should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever. at over $46,000 between 3 prior attorneys: Frank J. Bankowitz, Walter E. Hobson, Patricia A. Cashman. Would they have done so when supposedly representing me? The motions would have been priceless. The proper use of the JA funds towards ethics, professionalism, honesty, and freedom. I honorably utilized my JAC resources and mentorship as a proactive indigent defendant, avidly defending myself against the liars, thieves, and real villains in the criminal case. Who really is the criminal? The JAC can hopefully include their forgiveness for them also. Judge Wooten and Kranick, I have great forgiveness for also. In not protecting me, in listening to my valid requests for judicial intervention, so I could properly and fairly defend myself against my charges. Instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys, all appointed by the judge and court. Psst, the judge is the court. The court is the judge. That's the same thing. Instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys, all appointed by the judge and court, against their lies and exaggerations, reasons unjustifiable, why they were really creeping away from the battlefield and abandoning their professional duty as my attorney. Judge Kranick, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. I believe if the justice system, including yourself, would and should have done any vital homework on the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin, and simply send in an email to care about their present workload, number of clients, trial schedules already in place, before throwing another inmate defendant, unknowing client, onto the heaping, unimportant pile of warm bodies. More taxpayer dollars could be conserved, less time consumed and wasted for everyone. Regardless of what part they play in this supposed system of justice, my forgiveness is deepened. Sorry. Good song, but why am I on? Okay, we're going to go to a different playlist because Shuffle's on. This is in the morning. That's when the stream will be done. It's got lyrics. Of lyrics, that's see how this goes. Maybe I can finish it. Just relaxing? No. Not. We'll do a repeat. My forgiveness is deepened for taking even greater time. Time of mine? Time of nine? Time of mine. My forgiveness is deepened for taking even greater time of mine away. Years. By not caring to ask me anything about anything. To understand so you could justfully render your life-defining judgments and withhold any more bias and prejudice. Foremost, Judge Cranick, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of all my constitutional amendments. All my constitutional amendments. Choking the life out of my constitutional amendments. This little ASMR about a woman who literally choked the life out of her boyfriend by using a suitcase, complaining about having the right to bear arms choked out of her. If I've ever seen Sarah, anytime I've seen her, she's always had bare arms. So I don't think there's anyone infringing on her right to have bare arms. She's got bare arms with that little waddle underneath. Foremost, Judge Cranick, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional amendments. Most profoundly, my 10th right to counsel. As a result of my wholehearted use of my first right to free speech. In being my own advocate since no one else would be and received a paycheck for. In all of my free speech, experience-driven letters, only for remedy. Is that? I don't even understand how these words make it. Okay, let's just read them. In all of my free speech, experience-driven letters only for remedy in any collaboration, inclusion, receiving my discovery as an inmate, defendant, and client, not removal of any attorneys, cause more delays or any reason or excuse that you may have to force on to... Okay, we're going to try it again. Go into AI mode. In all of my free speech, experience-driven letters only for remedy in any collaboration, inclusion, receiving my discovery as an inmate, defendant, and client, not removal of any attorneys to cause more delays or any reason or excuse you may try to force on me and have already inappropriately accused me of doing prior with your heavily insinuated strategies of mine to try and deflect the glaring red flags, disappointments, and true crime in and of the justice system. That was coherent. To this day and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them. Ever. Especially my right to be bold. I'm not American. Is that new? Is that a new amendment? I didn't know about that one. I mean, it tracks, but I didn't know that was one of them. Been a while since there's been a new amendment. Okay. To this day and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them, ever. Especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and right in my real-life experiences. My right to be right. Well, that's a good right to have. I have the right to be right. No, you're wrong because it's my right to be right. It's a kind of understanding of the legal system that will get you into trouble, though. To this day and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them ever, especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and right in my real-life experiences with the legal and justice systems. You weren't there, Judge Kranick, in anything. No meetings, phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. I must now defend myself against you, praying that you do not care to. This is her, because of her using the margins. I thought that was the end of the sentence and late was the beginning of the next paragraph, which, you know, you can forgive me for thinking that, being a person who's literate. But no, she's just maximizing her margin space because paper's at a premium in the prison. Say that 10 times fast. You weren't there, Judge Kranick, in anything. No meetings, phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. I must now defend myself against you, praying that you do not care too late as all others, and retaliate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of America. I'm sorry? A still proud citizen of the United States of my America. The USOMA. USOMA. The good old USOMA. A still proud citizen of the United States of my America. Yeah, let's do that like George C. Scott. I'm praying you do not care too late as the others and retaliate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of my America. Freely, excitedly, using my God-given rights to still try and defend myself. To stand all the way up. For you to remove my freedom altogether? I can't stand all the way up or I'm too far from the microphone. Never mind. For you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, rapes and bumps. Okay, you've got a reason to be upset. Yeah, that's all one fucking sentence too. Where do I even restart? A still proud citizen of the United States of my America, and freely, excitedly using my God-given rights to still try and defend myself, to stand all the way up for you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, rapes, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings I endured. I hope you can finally see and understand just some of the pain from the extreme difficulties, obstacles, and unfairness, especially in my due process. You have added in my criminal case and life as an inmate, defendant, and client. All is forgiven. For Detectives Kepsel and Lowen, I forgive their demonization, lies, blacklisting, coercion, lawbreaking, solicitation of my case before I even arrived at the corrections department to be booked and fingerprinted. This can be seen in my unbeknownst interrogation video where I ask what they're doing, what all the pinging was during their texting swarm, while I naively sit there waiting to be arrested, which they knew would happen the day before. For Kepsel, for bald-face lying on the stand to the judge and court on record. She didn't tell me to come to the station to pick up my phone. Why else would I go? I didn't even know about the surprise interrogation. I forgive them also for lying, how the news showed up to record my walk of shame, handcuffed and confused on camera. I forgive them for trying to make me lose from the beginning by starting the unquenchable wildfire of sensationalism, distortion, ignorant hate, defamation, and greed by unlawfully broadcasting who they wanted the world to think I was by their schemes, learned lessons, and fraudulent stratagems from the school of manipulation and taking advantage. How much did they make off of me and still are for calling it in? Then removing the curtain to expose their personally twisted, murdering monster. Also, my forgiveness in greater gold comes from wondering why nothing viable in my defense was taken from my townhome, aka the crime scene, to aid my truth, such as the butcher knife, 5-prong garden claw, or hammer under the table, together outside, where George had easy access for use if I tried to leave or call for help while being held against my will during his rageful binges. Or my bloody pillowcase, stained from me being backhanded because I hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka from him. Why weren't there any crime scene photos taken of the holes patched in the walls and doors? Some doors missing knobs, and all locks George removed. Cracked windows, broken furniture, obvious unnatural destruction in my townhome. How and why were these missed, uncared about, or not questioned so I could explain some of my terror? It makes no difference. All is forgiven. Prosecutors Mr. J.A.Y. and Mr. Cassator, C-A-C-I-T-O-R-E, Cassator. Prosecutors Mr. J and Mr. Cassator, my forgiveness is also extended for your inappropriate attributed motives, for having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts, to erroneously piece together your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit in the square. I forgive your antics, theatricals, ludicrous comments. To make sure the world got their money's worth while watching, with ignorant pitchforks, burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which was my worst. Instead of dropping the mic, Mr. J, you dropped the bat. For the yelling, finger pointing, for the yelling, finger pointing, and intense underlining. Okay, for people who are still here with the visual, how can you literally write intense underlining and then go on to intensely underline your next, 50% of your paragraphs? For the yelling, finger pointing, and intense underlining to force your theoreticals and fantastics on the jury by using imaginary space adventures and fictional characters. Luke. No, I am your father. By using imaginary space adventures and fictional characters to blind and bedazzle them with your far, far away from the truth dramatizations. In all of your pieced-together productions, I forgive you most for never seeing the light in people. Their human goodness, humor, and big hearts. You wake up to seek the opposite, to condemn, to take lives in your own way. See the good that does exist in all of us, inherently and unforced. Even as the proud Mr. J stated, the kick dog that bites. Mr. J, who kicked the dog in the first place. In my wisdom, it's usually best to leave sleeping dogs lie. Then they don't bite. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks, from being blinded, from the injustice and malpractice in all of the judicial and prosecutorial errors. The very apparent violations of my constitutional rights during my case and entire trial, which caused mass confusion and dysfunction. I forgive the jury truly for being weary from this confusion and dysfunction. Also, from being hungry and tired, wanting to go home to their families after being away from in a full capacity for 2 full weeks. I understand. From this and their brash, misguided, corrupted decision, I was particularly upset with jurors 1 and 5. I was wrongfully judged a murderer instead of a survivor. For this, all is forgiven. For this, I can still survive and stand trial, having even greater, the greatest opportunity to finally be understood in the Supreme Court for my appeal. Not happening. I didn't lose. God just wanted me to win in a different way. Freedom in forgiveness. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I forgive myself for being helpless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence, and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome, I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time, I knew if not, the great possibility I would be ended, as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster. And no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him. For all of his cracks, also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone in the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him in all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night. For months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing, asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him. Seeing my stab wound especially. It truly reminds me all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know that he is with me and understands that this is a tragedy that was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that. And always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the entire planet, forgive me. To Joshua J.S. Schroyer, I will thank you. I will interrupt this horrible apology to give out a super thank you. Joshua J.S. Schroyer has sent out 20 Dan D True Crime gift memberships. That means I'm going to read 20 names of people who just received gift memberships thanks to Joshua J.S. Schroyer. Thank you, Joshua. If your name is Jocelyn's mom, Neezer K, Modern Meme Shop, Amy Lou, Ray Ray, Erica Lanto, Ashley Green, Heather R, Anthony Zarate, Lady Justice, Linda Long, Ruth Ann, Kiraza, Larissa Harris, Nana of 4, Doxy Mum Forever, Kennedy McKenzie, I'm a Full Show, Ms. Me, Sure Jan. You've all received gift memberships courtesy of Joshua J.S. Schroyer. Forgive me for interrupting. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the implier planet. To the entire planet. To Joshua J.S. Schroyer. Forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness, to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For second chances, repentance, and redemption. To advocate for all domestic violence survivors. To help them overcome, heal, and still hope always to make their voices heard. To confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and inside. To help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others. To stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope. You can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this. Okay, I gotta apologize. In the earlier stream, I speculated that this may have been a writer's note to say this soft-spoken. There's no brackets here, so I was wrong. I think it was Hairball Yarn that said, it's written in the letter. You know, sometimes when you're speculating, you can't take the time to look it up. You just got to say what's in your head. So I said it, I was wrong, and mea culpa. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I asked this. Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17. All-encompassing, protect the abused. Sarah Boone, 12/2/24. All right. That was Sarah Boone, ASMR. Michael E. Wang getting in on the gift train. Michael has given 5 Dan D True Crime gift memberships, and they've gone to Luna Goddess. Juror number 3. Juror number 3. Thank you. Emma Gatewood, Snarky Pro, and Roxanne Const. You've all received True Crime, Dan D True Crime gift memberships, courtesy of Michael E. Huang. Michael, we were looking at a video. If you watch the stream, go to the very beginning of it. We were rewatching a stream. You popped in on it. The Cowboy Criminology stream where everything went to hell. Classified crime guested on it. You gave me a little bit of a hard time. Good-natured hard time. But I think there was at some point I was singing and you reminded me to keep my day job. And I still don't have a day job. So there's no backup plan. Yalgarita, you couldn't stay away. I knew you wanted to, but you came back. You came back. All right, so she just came back to say goodbye. Little Canadian, I think that's Colin James. More famous for Voodoo Thing than that song, but Canadian content nonetheless. Nonetheless. Music's over. The readings are over. The content is done. 5 hours into this stream, I think that's enough to call it a streaming day. Maybe what we'll do, though, to close a little bit, that one, not that one. Go to the quarter screen ramble. Maybe we'll close it out with the American anthem, but this time instead of trying to sing it myself, which is a bit of a mistake, I found that there's an audio library track of a U.S. military band playing the Star Spangled Banner. So why not close off with, we now close our broadcast day. Thank you for tuning in to Dan D True Crime. Dan D True Crime will be making more videos in the future. Tune in to the next one when it happens. I should have prepared something for that. Oh, you know what we will do? We'll, before we go, I'll do the live read of the song that was part of yesterday's releases. And that'll give me time to get the Star Spangled Banner as well. Okay, so we have our recently added songs. That was Demented Cartoon. Star Spangled. It would be useful. Well, I got some Christmas music here too. Hang on to that. That's not it. Okay, that's the Star Spangled Banner. That's good. And we'll add that to a playlist. Those. I'll also add a song that I'm going to try and perform live, but I should know it at this point. I've done it a couple of times. so I should know it. Probably need light though, so let's do that. It's got ugly. It's time to go home. Here's a story of a lady, way she lives is pretty shady. Her name is Miss Sarah Boone. Her face looks like a cartoon. Rubber face and helmet hair, suitcase killer from her chair, where she sat while George had cried, filmed her movies while he died. Next day and she slept in late, turned out that the day was great. Did the puzzles and the paint, did I mention I'm a saint? Ain't not an angel or a saint, a good person that she ain't, living in a prison cell. Most say she can go to hello. Well, that's a new beat. I'll say it's kinda neat. But she's not neat, her home's a sty, only clean edge, her black eye. This is Penny, this is Tess, Penny's blind and Tef is deaf. Rubber face and helmet hair, suitcase killer from her chair, where she sat while George had cried, filmed her movies where he died. Yeah, getting better at that. That's an original. It's, the music isn't mine, but the lyrics are 100% original, and the song didn't have lyrics before, so they're not parody lyrics, they're just lyrics. We will close with the Star Spangled Banner. I think we will close with the Star Spangled Banner. That now concludes our broadcast day. Thank you for turning in to Dandy True Crime. We will be back with more programming in the future. Goodbye, good night, good luck. And did I mention goodbye?